Alrighty. Think we're good. We will definitely find out though. Oh, I don't need my phone. I keep forgetting I don't actually need my phone. That's why I have this window open. Right, you guys can't see it, but it's over there. Excuse me, sorry. Yes, watch now. That'd be great. Alright, it looks like I'm talking. Everything's smooth. Yeah, very smooth. I've got audio levels. Alright, I think we're good. If you want your sound check, your sound check is gonna be, what do we want? Airplane noises. When do we want it? Meow. There you go. Beyond that, if you didn't hear that, sorry. If you did, also sorry, possibly. What we're going to do is we're going to keep going. I didn't get an opportunity to grind because this morning's been a little bit busy for me. I also dropped my controller. I'm going to awkwardly lean way down here. We're going to keep going with this Nuzlocke. It shouldn't... We shouldn't lose anyone else. Sound warning for the game. Okay. And now we come up here. Let me take a look. Yeah. We need to get Rimmer Haze up to 19. Cloaker will also need to get up to 19, I think. It's unfortunate. The reason we have the XP share on Rimmer Haze is because Rimmer Haze is more annoying to grind up than everyone else. Slow XP curve kind of causes that to happen. Now we do have Gulpin now, and Gulpin does learn Encore, so we're excited about that. Also, this is Gelatinous Cube. There's not enough space to actually put the words Gelatinous Cube. I guess I could have put Jello Cube and gotten the same thing across. That sounds more like a snack than a monster. So, we also learned that poison gas is woefully inaccurate. Of course it hits now that I say that, but that's okay. Awesome. Gonna look at Gulpin real quick. Excuse me. Yeah, Thunderwave, we knew that. Golly, no, excuse me. Gulpin. There we go. We know that Gulpin will learn a few more moves. So here, learns Sludge. Wait. Helps if I click the Gen 3 learn set. Learns Sludge at 14. They updated that to learn it at 10, and I was like, oh, it's not right here. Might actually have to use this XP share on Gulpin, good grief. Okay. Not a hard fight, just a long fight. Doesn't actually learn... Oh, it does learn Toxic. It learns it at 28, but I think it evolves at like 22? 26. Might actually be worth delaying the evolution there. Depending on when Swallow gets Toxic. So Swallow's stats are not great. It's really slow. It's a slow Encore user, which is awkward. It could be really helpful. Oh shoot, it doesn't learn Toxic until 31. It's 3 levels later. Gets Body Slam at 26. When did Gulpin even get Body Slam? If it doesn't, I still think Toxic is more worth Body Slam. It doesn't get Body Slam. I think Body Slam is more useful. Or Toxic is more useful. Especially because 28, Gulpin learning Toxic at 28 is within Flannery's level cap. And Swallow learning it at 31 is not. Yeah, long battles with Gelatinous Cube here. Just gonna start referring to it as Cube. We actually have to switch out, I think, now. I think we're in crit range. As we learned yesterday, do not mess with that. It's been using a water gun, so I think Pixie's our best option. I was gonna be really mad if it used like wing attack. Now this one, I mean, we've got plenty of health. Our best option is just to hit it. Right. Of course it hits itself. We're doing great with the chances on that. Go ahead and use Poison Sting. Let's see here. Encore 23. Amnesia at 17 is actually really good. Alright. Rumor Haze to 16. Go ahead and swap Gelatinous out. I think we just go to Pixie, and if Pixie runs some, do a few battles. We actually have a number of resists for this gym, and Pixie is still one of our best. Reason for that is pretty straightforward. Pixie has a 4 times resist and decent defenses. That's it. Cloaker is, in case something goes wildly wrong, also 4 times resist, but doesn't have the defense to really back it up. So I think what we'll do is we'll just put the XP share on Cloaker, and level him that way during the gym. Now last time what we did is we actually used the gym trainers as some XP, but I don't... it'll probably be helpful. It'll be faster. And honestly, I think Pixie can probably take some already. But we're also trying to get... Alright, we're also trying to get some other levels going, so... I guess it really doesn't matter, actually. In Cloaker's case, it's better for Cloaker to be in the party while we're running around a bunch, because friendship is really important. I don't think we got the Soothe Bell yet, which is unfortunate. I think we will actually go ahead and step into the gym. Get Pixie a couple levels. Just because it's easy, honestly. At least for Pixie, it's not a huge threat. So, might as well. We will leave the XP share on Ninkata for right now. We're going down. The other side would have actually been better. We wouldn't have had to dodge that guy at all. And down and over. So Beautifly's ability in this game is Swarm, and I don't remember Beautifly learning a bug type move. Maybe it's at a higher level, but when we left off, our Beautifly named Malfoy had not learned a bug type move. And that's kind of bad for something whose ability kind of hinges on the fact that you learn bug type moves and have your HP reduced. That was the other issue, was Beautifly's HP is not good. And we had to have like under a third. That just sounds awful. Pixie. Pixie's just going to use Confusion. Uses Detect. Actually, Confusion is neutral and Gust is super effective. Neither Stab at all, so I'm pretty sure that Gust is better here. Yeah. By a long shot. If we had Stab... I think they actually would be... Whoa. We're just gonna use Harden. Well, we're fine. Just use Gust. Ooh. Hope we're not speed tying. Ooh, that was kind of scary. Definitely didn't need to take that risk. Could have waited. Just stalled a little bit, and we would have been fine. But we don't play like that here. Alright, now this one's actually a double battle, so we want to make sure that we've got two things that can actually take a punch in the front, as opposed to Cloaker or Cube. Yeah. And this guy. Show you the gumption of a sailing man. Kind of a weird thing to say, but okay. Pixie and Aboleth. Yeah, so we're gonna use Gust on the Machop, because I think it's more of the threat, and Tackle also on the Machop. Oh, and it used Detect anyway, so that was a good move. Bonk. Oof. Yeah. I think we're actually gonna have to hit both. I don't remember if Meditite can learn Focus Punch at this point, so we're gonna split. Just make sure that this Meditite can't use Focus Punch. Also, it wouldn't have mattered. So that's nice. Pixie and Aboleth. Oh, it's using Bide. Ooh. Gonna use Harden and Defense Curl. Because we could probably take it out, but there's no point in risking it. Also, let's go ahead and take a look at the health. We're at full, so we can we should be able to take one. Defense Curl. Now, obviously, this does nothing against Bide, because Bide does a fixed amount of damage based off of the damage they took. Oh, we only dealt 7, so yeah, we're fine. Gust. Tackle. Oh, we got crit. Well. Pixie, Aboleth, and Rimmer Haze. The fact that Rimmer Haze hasn't leveled yet is kind of scary. I guess it did just level before we came here, so that's one thing, but yeah, Pixie's doing just fine. Hasn't been hit yet. 700 experience. Yeah. The Serratic group is really rough on us. Actually gonna go all the way down here just to see if there's another trainer. There is! I was pretty sure there was. And we can get that other guy here in a second. How does it feel to lose to a thing called Pixie? Ooh. Okay. 2. And, ooh, okay, Karate Chop. Well, 3. So even if it crits right now, we're good. That was after taking a Leer too. That's the sad part. Yeah, okay. Alright, there was one up here. And this is the last one after this, I think. Pretty sure after this it's just Brawly. So, meh. Makuhita. Pixie, so we're gonna use a Gust. Now I feel like Makuhita can learn some sort of rock type move, but I don't know what it is. It's just gonna use Sand Attack, who cares? Bonk. Pixie does not get the level, actually. But it got us close. Yeah, and then after... Oh, nope, one more. Perfect. Now, obviously, we could have avoided all of this. And I think we actually did avoid most of the trainers for Watson last time. The main reason for that was because Watson is scary. When you have, what, 4 flying types? And a water type? 4 flying types, and two of those were also part water. This dude just got the double protect. Dang. Yeah, no. Watson's gym is scary. But here, nothing. We're good. Alright, that's 16 for Pixie. That was not as much as I thought it would be. I thought we'd get a couple levels for Pixie. We got 1. But it was significantly faster, I guess. Yeah, there's Brawly. Honestly, we could probably take Brawly. But why risk it? For content, I guess. Risk it for content. I'll go ahead and switch back to Gelatinous. So Gelatinous... I feel like there's something here. Stardust, yeah. I feel like there's something... Oh, what the... It's Jerry. Roxanne chewed me out in class today. Exactly what I did wrong, so I can learn from it. I think that's a little different from chewing someone out, but okay. Ha! Look at us, we're geniuses. Alright. Yep, haven't battled this guy, so we'll battle this dude real quick. Magic card. Oh no. And pound. We're not even gonna waste time with poison gas, we're just gonna hit it. It's fine. This is gonna take a minute. Offense. Not good. Not good. Bonk. There we go. Close. Tentacool. Now Tentacool knows Poison Sting and Supersonic. And that is it. Oh, that did so much more damage. Oh. I know it's 3 levels down, but that did so much more damage than it did to the Magikarp. That's insane. Bum, 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 bum. Awesome. Special defense. Yeah, this is going to be one of our special walls, and probably a better one than Dustox. Pound. Yeah, that's all we're gonna do. We're just gonna hit pound. Maybe. Actually, its special defense isn't great. It's definitely a lot healthier, I imagine. Just checking this. Oh yeah, it's got a lot more health, base health, and it actually has more base attack and special attack as well. Swalot. Yeah, it's just really slow. Yeah. Granted, it does have almost 80, actually has over 80 more in its base stat total than a bug type, which isn't good. Swalot's actually pretty bad. But if we can predict the encores, like, I think it would be really good to use Encore against Watson and then switch into Remmerhaze or Mephit so we don't have to take any damage with them. Because they can just ignore the Thunder Waves. Because they're ground types, and in this generation, ground types aren't affected by Thunder Wave. What the? Did it just not give me the option, or am I crazy? It was weird. Coming over here to Slate Port. We can battle these trainers down here real quick. Ooh, I forgot Aboleth had taken some damage. We'll use Aboleth anyway. Start with this guy. That dude was not moving. He said, approach me. Wingle. Yeah, Wingle's not overly a threat. I guess it does have Supersonic, and actually, this is one of the only times I think we will ever use Rollout. Bonk. Oh, that did a lot of damage. Alright, so our attack is now at half, but we are using Rollout, so there's another one. Yep. That one goes down. And if we can hit this third one... Uh-oh. Well, it resists. That's unfortunate. Oh gosh, that did nothing. And we're only on 3. Rollout was probably a bad idea. Here's 4. Okay. Oh, low kick's gonna do nothing. Oh, the 5th one missed. That's so sad. Ah, that was so good. I think we're better to use Water Gun. Yeah. Than Tackle. Alright, we're faster. We have a 100% accurate move. We're not scared. Don't. Just ploosh. Done. Alrighty. Easy. I think this one gives us Soft Sand. Super nice. 10% bonus to ground type moves. I think it's 10%. Do we want to swap Aboleth out? I don't think so. We're just going to come up here real quick and heal. I think we need to be online here. Nope. Other side. Other side entirely. Whoops. Six. Dun 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 dun. Alright. And off we go. Back down this way. Talk to this guy. Here we go. I also actually forgot there's that cabin that way. That we can use to battle some more people. Zigzagoon use Surf. That doesn't seem fair. These people are using Surf already. It's like a 90 base power move. And I mean, it is a Zigzagoon using it against a water type, so that's not like a huge deal. But like, the fact that they just have that. That was a surprise thing for anyone who picked Torchic. They were just like, yeah, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna throw their fighting type out, their fighting fire type out against a Zigzagoon, and it's gonna hit him with a Surf. And tackle. Awesome. Tackle. Okay, so here is actually kind of tempting. lower my speed. No. We're actually going to go for the defense curl rollout, because she has a second Pokemon, and this Azurill can do nothing to us. Okay. And that's just gonna make it roll into the next one really well. That's okay. Yeah, we take nothing. Using Defense Curl first doubles the power of rollout for the duration of rollout, but you have to use it the turn before. If there's any space in there, I don't think it works. Alright, cool. Remoraze gets his her level. Another Azurill. Bonk. That might actually, yeah. I mean, the first one did like half to the first Azurill, so that thing did not have a shot. Come over here now. Go ahead and swap over to Pixie. Remoraze is getting there. Slowly but surely. 1,300 experience. That is almost double what Pixie needs to level. This is why we put XP share on Remoraze. We can level everyone else, and by the time we make it back to Remoraze, we can spend less time leveling her. Oh, that was a crit. I was like, that was surprising. Alright. And we'll just do the same thing again. I think the crit actually mattered. Oh yeah, crit super mattered last time. I think we need a high roll here, but I don't think we'll get it. Yeah, actually, what was the other one, like level 10? Maybe it just had bad special defense. Oh, it's not gonna kill it. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna go ahead and use Poison Sting. Oh. Pixie, Remoraze. So Remoraze still needs over 1,000. It's insane. I don't care. I hate that they can call you randomly. It doesn't make sense. Just make them not call you, except for the ones that are like, hey, let's rematch. Done. Alright, there's Meryl. We use Pixie. Now this Meryl will no rollout at this point. Which is kind of scary. I think what we actually do is we go for Poison Sting here and try to poison it. Oh, it uses Tackle. Maybe it doesn't know rollout yet. Because rollout would have definitely been a better... Oh, but I bet what it's seeing, the AI is seeing, if it does know rollout, is it's seeing rollout only has like 20 power. Maybe not even that. Let's look here. Oh no, it has 30. Yeah, no, if it had rollout, it should definitely be going for rollout. Maybe we didn't learn rollout until like 15, 16. Oh no, we didn't have it for the first gym. Did we? I don't know anymore. Go ahead and hit with Confusion. Yeah, not having a stab move on this Pixie really sucks. I guess technically we have a stab move in Poison Sting, but it's also Poison Sting. So might as well not be a stab move. It's only got like 20 base power. It hits, I think it hits less hard than Tackle, even with stab. But it does have like a, oh no, it's 15, yeah. It's got like, what, a 20% poison chance? So that's supposed to be like the trade-off for it, but it's so bad. And I think Poison Tail is better, but I think in this generation that is the signature move of Seviper. And I don't remember if Poison Fang a thing here. Poison Jab is not. Poison Jab's a Gen 4 move. I think Poison Sting is probably the, like, best damage plus poison move. Well, no, Sludge. I bet Sludge Bomb. Sludge or Sludge Bomb? One of them has a yeah, no, we're done. Has a pretty good poison rate. I think we actually switched to Gelatinous here. Cube. We're going to call it Cube. I think we switched to Cube. That doesn't overly matter, because we're just going to try to poison gas this thing down. Actually kind of hurt. What, 8? Our goal here is not to deal a bunch of damage with Pound. It's to use poison gas. Toxic is also just significantly better than poison gas. It's more accurate. I think it's got 100 accuracy. Oh gosh, the crit. Oh, that took us from what, 34 to 19? So we're not in crit range, which is nice. But dang, that took a lot. Just gonna bonk it one last time. Poison will kill it. Poison Touch is also not a thing in this generation. I don't think that was till, what, a Lola? So Gen 6? I think. I'm really bad at differentiating the later gens between each other. Gen 6 was Sun and Moon, and I didn't play those over much. I think I made it past the first trial, maybe? Maybe? I also think I inevitably, I wind up getting the not as good game. I got Sapphire out of, Alpha Sapphire out of, like, nostalgia, because I played Sapphire. And that turned out to be the bad choice. Should have gotten Omega Ruby. Granted, neither of them were great, but definitely should have gotten Omega Ruby. Alright. I don't remember if we have to... Yeah. If you can defeat all the trainers here, I'll reward you for the effort. All of them. Oh, there's 3. I thought there were only 2. I'll start with this kid. I might regret this. I might massively regret this. I do not remember this house at all, but I imagine they have water types and fighting types. Oh, look at that. It's an Azurill. Really scary. We'll go ahead and just use Confusion. Anyway, yeah, oh, no. Gen 6 was... I was wrong. Gen 6 was X and Y, wasn't it? And X and Y introduced Megas, yeah. So it would have been Gen 7 was a Lola, and I don't think Poison Touch became a thing until then. I might be wrong. Might be wrong. You can correct me in the chat. Participation. Yeah, also, I realized in the last couple videos I didn't do like a call to action for the YouTube viewers, so hi YouTube. My bad. Also my bad in doing this 34 minutes into the stream. Oops. But yeah, like, comment, subscribe. Stuff. Obviously this is super well scripted, everything that I do here. There we go. Alright. There's that. Boring battles aren't worth the effort. Wow. Oh, she's a beauty. Yeah. Joanna. I'll take it. Goldeen. We actually haven't seen a Goldeen yet, so that's kind of cool. Just gonna hit it with the Confusion. Supersonic. That was kind of scary. Get it with the confusion again. I don't know Goldine's ability. I think it's Swift Swim. Done. There we go. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I guess those two actually had a sight line because you would have had to get past her to talk to the dude. So, Wingle, huh? Okay, so Wingle's not good for Pixie. But what we'll do is we'll do a couple poison stings, try to get it poisoned, and then we'll swap out to someone else. Especially if it's just gonna growl. Maybe we don't even have to worry about it. But I bet his next Pokemon is a fighting type. So we might actually just want to keep Pixie fresh for that. I think Cube can do this. It's at half health already. Here's Cube. This is gonna deal 6. Okay, so less than last time. Go for the poison gas. Of course, it goes for supersonic. So now we have to not hit ourselves, which is what, 50%, and we have to hit an 80% accurate move. Yeah, that did not bode well. It's another 6 damage, right? Oh gosh, the crit. That was more than 12. This is why poison gas is bad. We're not using items in battle, otherwise this would be significantly easier. Gosh dang it. It's 15. I don't want to risk it. We'll go ahead and swap to Pixie. We learned from before, don't risk it. And yeah, Cube isn't a great Pokemon. Probably wouldn't do us too much damage to lose, but there's no purpose in losing it right now, so get a clean switch back into Pixie. Like there's no point in that. See, and we called the fighting type too, which is good. Both are super effective. Fusion is the better move. We'll use Gus just to conserve some confusion power points. Down goes the Machop. Pixie levels, which is good. Ooh, Protect is super good. Protect is really good. We can use that. Especially if we get some like Poison Stall strats going. That's super good. And Tentacool, now Confusion is the only super effective move, so of course we'll use Confusion. Alright, we're okay there. Can't do Poison, so yeah. And done. Was not scared. Alright. That was good. Walk over here. Scorching hot, those battles blazed. What is this dialogue? Half a dozen bottles of soda pop. That's actually pretty good. Nice. Okay. And now we can buy soda pop here as well. So that's nice. Yeah. 328. Let's see what you even need to level. 328. Dustox just leveled and needs less than double of what Remmer Haze needs. It's absurd. Alright, unfortunately that is all the trainers. Unless we... Let me look, well... We don't really have an answer to Carvana. We don't have an electric type this time, and we don't have... I guess we have a bug type in Remmer Haze. Carvana is also a water type. I don't think it really learns any water type moves, though. Actually, I bet. Hold up. I would be surprised if Gulpin could not learn Bullet Seed. That would give us some water coverage. And wouldn't be a bad move. Special attack is higher. It's not a bad idea. We might use that. But we'll wait for that. We'll come back to that. For now, what we'll do is we will finish grinding up Dustox, our Pixie, and then we will figure out what to do from there. Alright. I think we determined that Gust is the better move against Oddish, because Oddish's special defense is significantly higher than its physical defense. And Gust is a physical move in Gen 3, so... yeah, okay, so it's still in yellow even after healing, which means it's below 50%. It probably did like 40. What? Okay. I was gonna say it probably did like 48-ish%. Maybe it did. Yeah, it probably did 48. It healed for the 1 point. And just barely. Sorry. And then we dealt 48 again. No, it would have had to do 50. It took it down to 48 is what I was meaning to say. Must have been like that was like the highest roll we could have gotten. And then we got like the lowest roll or something. Whoa. Paralysis. Alright. And one more. I bet it's going to... oh no, I thought we were going to get held down there. Yeah, a little experience right there. This guy's not a trainer, otherwise we'd use him. That is also not trainers. Well, technically they are, I guess. They're not helpful trainers. So let's go that way. Oh, to know a bug-type move. What moves does Dustox actually learn? Poison Sting. Yeah, we're going for the poison because of the paralysis. Come on. There we go. Yeah. That way, even if we do get held down by paralysis, we're okay. Ooh, actually, Pixie learns Moonlight at level 20. That's super good. Also, it doesn't learn it learns one bug type move, and it is Silver Wind at level 34. Gosh. Learns Whirlwind at 27. That's not helpful. Learns Psybeam at 24, so at least it gets something. Gets another attacking move before we go and fight Watson, which is nice. You know, it's not good, but it's better than not having a move. Okay. But it learns both Protect and Moonlight, which is actually pretty good. I think the only better situation would have been Wish. Because you can use Wish and then use Protect, and you're good. Or you can use Wish and switch, and thus gain some health on something, on another Pokemon, which would be really nice. Essentially, it can give you a free switch, because unless they can deal half of your health, more than half of your health, the Wish will bring you back up to full. So Wish is super good, and I don't know how many things learn it naturally in Gen 3. Yeah, just gonna keep going for the Poison Stings. Alright. And then we just use Confusion. Yeah, it was a Gen 3 move. I'd actually doubted myself a little bit. I was like, oh. Okay, Pixie gets... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we do one more with Pixie. Let's see here. Guard of War. Supposedly. That's it. Which I don't believe. Flat out don't believe that. Poison Sting. Yeah. We'll go this way. Oh, this is just all the Pokemon that can learn it, not necessarily the ones that learn it by level up, because that's what we really care about, actually. That's a problem. Obviously, a bunch of Pokemon can learn it, but we're not concerned with what can learn it, we're concerned with what can learn it by level. Because all breeding is not a thing. Togepi, fair, Togetic, which both we can't get either. Natu, Xatu, can't do those. Guard of War, Illumise, and Love Disc. Now, Illumise, I know can learn it by level up after seeing that, and I know that Latias Jirachi also can. However, the question is, can Love Disc? Would that actually make Love Disc useful? I guess that's a thing to come over here and look up, huh? Alright. Come on, there we go. Alright. Learn set Gen 3. And Poison Sting. Yes, go ahead, use Thunder Wave on the paralyzed Pokemon. Great choice there. It cannot learn it by a level up. Maybe in later generations, but not... Actually, it can't learn it at all in Gen 3. Interesting. So, that's a bust. Love Disc is bad. At least in Gen 3. Alright, we are closing in on crit range, but I think we're still good for now. Our attack's been lowered a bunch, so we're going to go ahead and use Confusion. And let it... Ooh, we're going to need another Confusion. I was kind of hoping we could just use Protect and be done, but now we're going to need a Confusion to take it out. It's another 111. Alright, I think Pixie's probably done. Just with the damage that she's taking. We'll go ahead and swap an Aboleth. An Aboleth can do a couple. Okay, go away. Aboleth can do a couple. Eee. I think we try it and see how much damage we can do. Nope, not worth it. Leaving. Yeah, so the really bad part here So we just can't fight Oddish. And we don't have a good answer to Oddish. Because Parrington's dead. Yeah. Tackle. Yeah. Again, this thing is not scary because of Pound. Pound is not scary at all on the open. It's the poison gas that's really annoying. Yawn is super annoying. But poison gas is what actually, like, gives it a win condition. Not that it's a good win condition, but it is technically a win condition. Actually, it's not doing too bad right now. The tick damage really adds up. We're in the middle of the grass too, which is super annoying. 9. Yeah, we're good. 10. So it takes us... It's going to take about 10 hit points to make it back here. If we don't have 10 hit points, we're going to either have to heal or cure the poison ourselves. Which we don't have a whole lot for right now. That was Pokemon, not Bag. Yeah, we don't, but we've got a few things that we can sell. We actually have nothing for curing the poison condition right now. The Poké Center this close is not a huge deal. Like if it was around Rustboro, that would take probably like at least 15 hit points depending on where we were standing. Alright, so we actually don't want to touch this thing. It has static. So we do not want to make contact with it. So this also essentially means that Avalok doesn't have an ability because we don't want to use Tackle. Which is sad. Alright. Ow. Also, I did not look at Meryl. Meryl. Alright. Down goes that. It's actually not bad experience. It's definitely better than Poochyena. Another Electric. I think it also gives speed. So we're having to do some quick Googles here. Water Gun. We learn Rollout 15, Bubble Beam at 21. Azumarill. Or Azumarill, I guess. So we used Thunder Wave on us anyway, so now we don't care. Learns, so we can actually use Tackle. Bubble Beam, I missed. There we go. I was like, this doesn't even look right. I was learning Aqua Tail and stuff. That's Gen 4 moves. Learns Bubble Beam at 24, which is fine. Same level cap, so yeah. Okay. Just checking. No, we just keep going. Just keep trucking on. Poochyena, very frail Pokemon, so this shouldn't take... What? We're just gonna start taking bets on the number of hits. I'm thinking 3 on the high end. Well, assuming we hit... Tackle should be 100% accurate, and you will never change my mind. Actually, we just got Sand Attack, so we're probably not hitting anything with Tackle anymore. We might actually have to switch out. That's really sad. There we go, there's a Water Gun hit. Yeah, so it's going to be 3 with Water Gun. Well, let's just look at what Tackle would have been. Oh. I think it would have been 3 with Tackle too. Should have used Water Gun. It's more accurate. And for those of you saying, well, it's not a ton more accurate, it's more accurate enough. Also, I don't like that this thing just boosted its attack like 3 times. So we're done playing with that. Yeah, we'll go into Pixie just cause. There we go. How much longer on Remmer Haze? It's gonna be a hot minute. 1,000. Meryl needs 400. Granted, Meryl is also going up a lower level, but... Okay, so rollout is actually more damage here. Even just the first hit. So we're gonna try that. Our attack is halved already. Bonk. Wow, that did nothing. That halved attack really hurts. I think we can get held down by paralysis in between turns, and we can definitely hit ourselves to confusion. Yep. Bonk. Go ahead and use tackle. Actually, water gun... No, water gun wouldn't have been better. Whatever. Try this. There we go. I don't know this for a fact, but it feels like whenever you use Supersonic on an already confused Pokemon, it snaps them out of confusion faster. I have no proof of that. I have no evidence supporting that at all, but I feel like that is correct. We're gonna go for the rollout strat again. Oh my gosh. Paralyzed. Nope. Okay. See, that's a lot better. It was definitely going to use Growl again, right? Because its win condition is not getting that double power rollout going into it right now, but it didn't matter. Okay. Tackle does more damage on the go-ahead. I also feel like using Thunder Wave makes it more likely for them to be held down by paralysis. Again, no proof of that, only what I'm seeing here. That's just kind of how it feels. However, doing that doesn't change anything, because they have to be paralyzed, so they can't be taking damage from, like, poison or burn. And you just had to use Thunder Wave on your turn to hold them down, so like it doesn't progress the game state at all. I guess if they were leech seeded, it could be helpful, or if they were confused, because then they're either going to hit themselves or they're going to be paralyzed. But yeah, it's not a good interaction if that is an interaction. Like that's not something you can really exploit. I don't think, at least. I'm sure someone somewhere has figured out a way to do that, but... Yawn doesn't work, we're paralyzed. Bonk. Poison gas doesn't work, we're paralyzed. Poison gas doesn't work. Oh, jeez. Two hold downs in a row hurts, though. Okay, we're taking 5, so we're getting to crit range, but we are not in crit range yet. Bong, that one actually only dealt 4, so I think 5, saying 10 for a crit is pretty safe. Alright, and that gets us out of the fight. Thank God. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and swap, and we have been going for like an hour, and it's right after lunch, so we're going to take a short break. If anyone needs snacks right after lunch, I guess you can do that. We're going to take a small break, and we will get going here shortly again. So thank you for being here, and I'll see you in a minute. Alright guys, and we are back. Sorry about that. Whew. Here we go. Poochyena again. Everyone's favorites. Hyena, I guess. I don't actually. Yeah, I don't actually know. It looked for a second like my mic was up, and I thought I was just talking to nothing. Oops. Not gonna say that hasn't happened before, but that would have been bad. Alright. Almost there. Almost to 18. We're getting to 19. Alright, Pixie comes out. We're going to use Confusion. So Poison Gas does not work on Pixie, as it is Poison type. We can't kill. 700. I'm gonna go ahead and shift to Remoraise, and the reason is to avoid the yawn. Go ahead and use Fury Swipes. 2. Awesome for 3. Oh dang. We got all 5. That's nice. Alright, 32 there. 96, which is good. Oddish. Again, Absorb is not going to do a whole lot to us because we are quad resistant to it. So we don't really have to worry about Absorb. We just get to hit with it. Oh, you're kidding me. Hit it with a couple gusts and we're good. Poison Sting. Done. Pixie to 18, which is good. Out of pure curiosity. 500 and 544 versus... We have just broken 1,000 for Pixie. Which is, you know, fair. And what we can do from here is we will take the XP share off as soon as Remoraise gets it. So when Pixie's about halfway through the level, Remoraise will level. And as soon as that's done, what we will do is we will have Remoraise. We'll take the XP share off, and we will give it to Cloaker. Also, I'm very confident that the level cap is 19, but now I'm questioning myself. It is 19. We're good. I was kind of scared there. The reason for that is if we were wrong and we leveled up if we leveled up most of the party to 19 and couldn't use them, that would be very bad. I think in Sapphire and Ruby the level cap is actually 18. And this one's 19. Also for Roxanne, the level cap in the other two games is 14, not 15. So. Poison Sting. Because we just don't do a lot of damage to mining. Also, yeah, we knew that was coming. Kind of amazed that the Electrike that we just fought didn't Thunderwave us at all. Awesome. We have the poison doing some tick damage. Now we can go ahead and use Confusion. Start dropping it a little bit. More Confusion. Yeah, we knew that would happen. Eventually. Shouldn't say we knew it would happen right there. We knew it would happen eventually. Dang, 2 in a row. That really hurts. But now we can just use Poison Sting. Did not get 3 in a row. That's good. Alright. 111 is good. Yeah. I think we go for Poison Sting because we are paralyzed. So if we can get that tick damage, it's helpful. And Poison Sting's not dealing terrible damage. I think if we don't get the poison after a couple more, we just go to Confusion anyway. Alright, so it's a +1 attack, we're at -1 defense, so it's going to be dealing double the damage. Oh, if it hits. Alright, go for Confusion. We might just kill, honestly. Because Confusion, even without stab, is going to deal more. Alright, so now we would be taking ×3 damage. But doesn't matter. Good stuff. Poison Sting. Dang. Crit, not fun, but not horrible. Poison Sting again. We got that. Now we can't use Confusion here because Poochyena is a dark type, of course, so we are going to go ahead and use Gust. That gives Poochyena a little bit of XP there. Feel like Rimmer Haze is getting close. We're probably, what, 200 away? Ooh, 130. Nice. So what, 2 more battles with, like, Electrikes? And actually, 2 more battles, period, now. As soon as we kill this Minun, he gets 111. Which means we could beat anything else in this area and level. So that's really nice. Yeah, we're already paralyzed, so that was a bad move. Still going for the Poison Stings. After this one, we're just going to use Gust, and it should... No, we're going to use Confusion, and it should kill regardless. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. So, even with Stab, Confusion's going to deal about 3 times the damage of Poison Sting. Or, no, sorry, 2.5 times the damage of Poison Sting. Which is absurd. And that's well, that is assuming that the attack and special attack are the same, which they're not. But 3 points, at this level it might make a difference, but it's probably not making a ton of difference. We're probably looking at maybe 1 HP. But yeah. So, Confusion would be really nice to use. Awesome. We just go straight to Gust now. And now even if we're held down by paralysis, we still get that tick damage, which is nice. Just go for Gust. And we'll just let the poison kill. Yep. Perfect. And that is Remor Haze. Remor Haze is now at 19, which is super nice. Trying to learn Mind Reader. Yeah. Mind Reader is only useful in very specific situations, namely evasion boosters. If someone is just spamming double team, it can be kind of helpful, because you can use Mind Reader to not miss. I guess if you have like a really inaccurate move, like Zap Cannon or a one-hit KO, Dynamic Punch, stuff like that could be helpful. But for the most part, like, why would you waste time with that? Just use the move. You either have a 50% chance of hitting the target, or you gain a 100% chance to hit the target, but at the cost of a turn that they just get to hit you for free. And in most situations, it's going to be better just to try to fire the 50% move twice versus firing, you know, taking aim. Like I said, I guess it could be useful if they're just spamming double team and you're like, okay, Mind Reader. But if you want to hit someone using double team, use Aerial Ace or Swift or Magical Leaf or something that just bypasses the accuracy check. A lot of things learn those. A lot of things learn Swift, Feint Attack. Like every dark type ever pretty much learns Feint Attack at one point or another. Just don't forget Feint Attack. Problem solved. Timid Nature. I think that actually does that boost speed? I think I have a nature chart. So I have so many tabs on it. Jeez. Oh, we're gonna check our nature chart real quick because I do not have it memorized. I do not. I help if I click on images. Can't find the one I was looking at the other day. No. Let's see here. Timid. Up speed, down attack. Unfortunate. Okay. What are you? Calm. Calm is up, special defense, down attack, so that kind of explains that. That's not good. We're just getting horrible natures this run. Like, I think the best one we've had was Talos, maybe. No, Talos was bold, so that was up defense, down attack on a Talo. That is awful. Marsh Tom's is down attack, up something. I don't remember. But I distinctly remember it being down attack, because I was like, okay, Earthquake's not going to be a great choice. So that's really sad. That said, though, Marsh Tom's attack is still higher than special because of all the EVs we've been going through. I think it was all the Poochyena. We killed a lot of Poochyena at one point. It was kind of insane. So many dead Poochyena. That didn't level Cloaker? Really? Okay. I thought it would have. Yep, that's it. I thought it would have. What level is Pixie? 18? Yeah, so we're almost there. We just need like two, this Minun and maybe one other thing. Oh, we might actually run out of Poison Sting trying to get the poison here. That's 2. Come on. Go for 3. Hit. Oh, come on. Yeah, we're probably gonna get held down here. Yeah. We had 3 turns completely uninterrupted. Yeah, we were gonna get held down. Oh dang, 2 in a row. Now obviously, right, 3 in a row. There we go. Now obviously this doesn't mean that, you know, we're more likely this turn to either get held down or not, but statistically speaking, it's unlikely that it stretches that long. But after each instance you see, you have to reset the... You have to reset mentally. Yeah, growl. Well, we're using confusion, so it doesn't matter. We used a lot of poison stings there. Thinking we might actually need another... Yeah, I think we need another mine-in. Probably then some. Cloaker gets Astonish. Yay. Cloaker would actually be pretty good against, like... Okay, it's almost 400. Yeah, so we actually need more than another mine-in. But after a mine-in, we need anything. I think actually any 2 things here would give us... Oh, maybe not Poochyena. But we found another mine-in, so it doesn't matter. And... Poison Sting. Poison... Dang it. Okay, I think we're in crit range, so we should probably swap. We're just gonna go straight into Method, because why not? Yeah, I mean, what was it gonna do? Use Thunder Wave? Like, I can go ahead and use Mud Shot. And probably, yeah. 55, 55. So it needed more than the 1, so we're gonna need like 2 more battles, is what this is boiling down to. However, we are just gonna swap out here. Well, you know what, actually Oddish isn't scary at all, we're just gonna use Gust. Because it can only deal like 1 damage to us, right? Oh, it dealt 2 with a crit. Yeah, it can only deal 1. We are not in crit range, so moving on with that. I don't think Oddish is gonna be enough. No, it won't, because we need more than a mine-in. So we need more than half a mine-in and something else. So. Oh no, what the? I'm so confused. Okay, don't care. Alright. I guess we go with Gelatinous. We go with the Cube for like 2 battles. And then we're gonna have to not. Yeah, this is a really bad one. Right, because we only deal like... Oh, that was a crit. Excuse me. Yeah, we don't deal good damage here. I honestly don't think Cloaker is gonna deal much better. I mean, it does have Leech Life, so maybe. Thing's only attacking move is Absorb, we quad resist. Yeah, so we only take 1 damage. We're gonna Leech Life and just see how much damage that does. Oh, that's right, Poison resists Bug, so we are neutral. That's okay, we're gonna go ahead and use Supersonic. What Supersonic will do is maybe let it hurt itself. Essentially what we need is we need it to hit itself twice. It does not have a stab move, which really sucks. So Astonish is actually a better move here, which is unfortunate because that also makes Supersonic worse. Because it could just flinch instead of hitting itself. Alright, so there was one, and that actually just made up for us having to use Supersonic. Nice. It doesn't want to be here either. It's like, okay, just kill me, please. 36, you get 108. Electrike. Now Electrike, Gelatinous might be able to fight a little bit. Because we're going to use Poison Gas, of course. We do take 4 damage. Turn 1 Poison Gas is super nice though. When we get Sludge, things should go a little smoother. Just Pound. That's like Poison. Because we can just spam Sludge to try to poison as opposed to using Poison Gas. They like 80 accuracy. Oh, I forgot you have Static. Oh well, we didn't really have another option, so. Whoa, lowering defenses. Now we take, what, 8 damage? But it doesn't matter. Because that kills. It was a pretty good chunk. These two are going to be pivots, mostly. They're just going to be swapped in to take a hit for a second so that I can maybe bait out something. Poison Gas. Because we can't use Cube's Poison Gas against either the Machop or the Makuhita because they have Guts, I believe. And that's scary. Let's see. And we use Pound. Let's see here. Sprites, Pokemon, Emerald, Machop, Meditite, and Makuhita. Yeah, so Machop and Makuhita have Guts, which makes using Poison Gas a no-no. Reversal, Arm Thrust, Vital Throw, Bulk Up, Low Kick, Karate Chop, Seismic Toss. So Seismic Toss always deals your level as damage to the opponent, which in this case, the Machop using it is level 16, and thus you will always take 16 damage. But getting through one Machop isn't a big deal. And we learned Sludge. Oh, thank goodness. Cloaker also hit level 12, that's super nice. Yeah, so what we're going to do with Cloaker is we are going to Google some learn sets here real quick. Make sure this isn't a mistake. I don't think it is. Okay, yeah, so against another Gulpin, we do not want to have Gelatinous Cube out. Better to have Cloaker. Ooh, that's a lot. 7. Gonna use Supersonic on it. Go that. So we've used Supersonic, now we can use Astonish. Yeah, again, not a great combo because we could just flinch it out of all of its confusion. Yeah. Poison Gas doesn't affect us, but in my opinion, it's better to have the chance that it can hit itself and help us out a little bit. it's not a great strategy. Don't get me wrong. However, it is better than using like Swagger. If you use Swagger on a special attacker, like, golly Moses, Cloaker's flinch chance is insane. Trying to think of a good special attacker. Honestly, I mean, like Gardevoir. Use Swagger on Gardevoir. Good choice. That was a good move. If you use it on... Ooh, we're in crit, but this is 100% and it kills. 32, 96. There we go. Yeah, alright, we finally gained Sludge and find the one thing on this route that resists it. Alright, so Golbat, Gen 3, we're gonna need a tab for that one. Fight, we're gonna use Sledge. Supersonic misses, which is nice. We have a Gen 3 learn set for Golbat. Sledge here. Supersonic, Astonishing Bite. Right, Wing Attack at 21, but I think Zubat learns it before that because it evolves at like 22. So Confuser at 28, Air Cutter. Poison Fang is a Gen 3 move. I thought it wasn't. Oh, that deals so much more damage. Oh, having stab moves is nice. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it looks like they learn everything at the same level. So, oh, Crobat learns Haze. Did not know that. Let's just check the power difference here, honestly. So Pound is 40, Sludge is naturally 65 times 1.5 is, what, like 78? Versus 40. Gosh, Sludge is so much better. Oh, so glad we have this. Okay, yeah, so there is 0 point in not evolving Golbat straight into Crobat. So, yeah, we're gonna do that. Unfortunately, again, Gulpin. I don't feel real safe throwing Cloaker in, so we're gonna throw in Mephit and just have Mephit hit it hard. Hit it really hard. This was one of the few times that I'd kind of want Poison Gas to connect if it doesn't. Sorry, excuse me, if it doesn't kill. But it did kill, so it doesn't matter. Let's see how many Gulpin we can find. Alright. Yeah, all of Crobat's moves, except for Bite, are physical attack. So the fact that we have a minus attack Zubat is very sad. Good poisoning. We Sludge, and then I'm pretty sure it's dead. Because we dealt like just under 50 damage, 50% damage. Yep. Alright. This Gulpin is so much better now. It's crazy. It is actually insane how much, like, one stab move can change everything. We only take 3 damage, so the crit range is 6. And, hey, we didn't get held down. There's that. We can just use Pound to finish it off at this point. I don't know, or it just dies. It's actually kind of crazy how fast this is. Maybe it's just because all of the other, everyone else has a higher XP curve. Okay. Sludge. And, ooh, so close. Little pound. Just bonk. Actually, I did a lot of damage. That's okay. Oh, so close. Cloaker to 13. Not bad. So with the plus speed nature, it is nice because Crobat's going to pretty well outrun everything. And we can use that to our advantage a little bit. However, with the minus attack, we're going to have to definitely, like, do extra calcs. And maybe we'll just get a feel for, gosh dang it. Alright, we're at minus 3 accuracy. Thinking of this one. Crit. The cube was done. The cube said, screw this. Oh man, we're gonna go ahead and heal up real quick. That was really funny to me. Had minus 3 accuracy, paralyzed, and then just one shot with a crit. It was done. It wasn't playing this game anymore. Alright. Also, I do find it kind of weird that Slateport has this contest hall here, right? But you can't, this is not a contest hall. Info? Rental Pokemon, first loan 3 Pokemon. Conduct a single battle if you win. You need to trade one of your rental Pokemon. Repeat the cycle of battling and trading. If you win 3 times in a row, you earn a fine prize. Not right now. So in Ruby and Sapphire, this is not here. I was really hoping to, like, know what the prizes were. Google that real quick. That was a contest hall in Sapphire, and it's not the lowest level contest hall, so you have to go all the way up to another city, beat that contest, and then come all the way back down, and it was kind of dumb. That's what I was starting to say when it was like battle tent, and I was like, I don't know what that is. Let's see here. Let's see here. Whoa. Dun, dun, dun. Alright. And sludge. Sorry about that. Let's see. Once you've been battled, you can pick one of your opponent's random Pokemon and improve your team. Sludge. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna, sorry, we're gonna move this to there. Trying to figure out what the heck this, I want to know what the prizes are. Fortunately, all I'm being told is, like, how to do the battle. We're actually just gonna use pound now. Prize list. In-game. That's here. Okay. List of rental Pokemon, a bunch of them. I think it's actually okay to use Sludge now, right? The reward for winning 3 battles in a row is a full heal. Sludge. Okay. And Sludge. Interesting. Sludge. Alright. Cool. Interesting. So, apparently, you, this is really bad. So in that little battle tent thing, right? You get rental Pokemon. You're given 6, and you have to pick 3. Then you can replace based off of the ones that you fight. However, the next battle tent is far worse. You select Pokemon from your party, and they use moves based on their nature. And as the opponent's health gets lower, they could change moves. So it kind of seems like it's just the Emerald AI driving you, which can be... we can exploit very badly. And use moves that will help exploit the AI. However, it would be like the Emerald AI against the Emerald AI, which means it's going to suck. So that sounds like not fun. Alright. Actually almost to 16, this is going pretty quick. Just had to get that Sludge. Oh. Everything speeds up when Sludge is involved. Okay, 4, so our crit range is probably 9, honestly. So we got some time. Again, maybe it's just... maybe Cube just really hates Poochyena. Hadn't thought of that one. Cloaker levels, which is nice. Dun 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 dun. Alright, so this is definitely interesting. We'll go ahead and Sludge here. Bonk. Yeah, oh, and we got the poison. I think it's better now just to go ahead and pound, and we'll let the poison kill. Conserve some Sludge power points. I don't think this is going to go well. Well, we didn't hit ourselves, but we are held down by paralysis. Alright. Oh, hey, cool. Held down by paralysis. Hurt by poison. Alright, here's water gun. Let's see what happens. Ooh. Okay, so we weren't in crit range, but we're hurting pretty bad, so we'll go heal. I think go swap out. Or not swap out. I don't think we'll be able to finish off Cube's levels here. Because we need like 3, sorry. We only need 3. But that's just a lot of XP, especially when we're getting held down by paralysis, and we're having to deal with our only good move is Sludge, which doesn't have just a ton of power points. So we'll have to figure that out. Yep. Howl is a good thing to see. We don't really care about it because we're killing him, so it's much better than getting sand attacked. 47. Yeah. It's those minins, the minin and plusle. That's what we really want to see here. We'll take Poochyena. Main reason for that is Poochyena give attack EVs, and poison is a physical attack. So some extra attack never hurt. Expected it to go for Thunder Wave. Glad it didn't. I'm also glad that happened, because now this is a guaranteed kill, but it's probably, yep, going for Thunder Wave. Alright, now we'll have to deal with that in the next few battles, but that's okay. If things keep going like they are, I feel like we might be able to get like a level and a half. But I don't think we'll get all 3 levels out of this training session. We're gonna get held down. Nope. Alright. And we'll just use bound. Wow, didn't get held down at all. I was expecting at least 1. 96 is good. Alright. And mining. Yes. We're probably going to get held down a lot in this battle because mining can actually deal a little bit of damage to us. Yeah, all at once I was like, did I actually hit poison gas? I think my thumb just like happened to bump the down pad. Oh hey, okay, we got it. Yeah, okay, so Minun takes a lot more sludges to kill, which is unfortunate, but part of that is it did use Growl on us. But that's okay, we'll go ahead and hit for pound. Nice. Oh, got the crit. Alright. That was good, though. That was really good. There we go. Poochyena. Go ahead and sludge. Yeah, that took a lot. That took a lot of sludges. The cube is not having any of this. Go for Sludge. Oof. That's not good. Oh, and we're fully paired. Awesome. Oh, gosh, that's 2. Yep. Probably gonna have to swap out. We'll see. We'll go for 1 more. Yeah, we're done. Because we don't want to waste the sludges, especially when we can go to Cloaker and use Leech Life. And as we determined earlier, with Remmerhaze, Leech Life against Poochyena is pretty good. Okay, so that deals 8, doubled to 16, but we're going to assume 17 for safety. Go ahead and use Leech Life here. Now we don't have Stab on it, which is unfortunate. But it does give 4 health back, so that's not terrible. Of course you use Sand Attack. Was 100% accurate, I think now we're looking at like 80. Something like that. So now we're at full health, which is nice, but we do have the chance to miss. Alright, well, Cloaker's on top of it right now. Alright. If we get 1... yeah, we're not looking great now. Hey, Cloaker did not care. Yeah, I guess Zubat technically doesn't see, so using Sand Attack, I guess it like throws it in its ears. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Never thought about that till just now. It's also interesting to me that Sand Attack works as it should, but they didn't figure out how to make Thunder Wave work. Because Thunder Wave does not affect ground types, but Sand Attack can still hit flying types. So somewhere between there was a disconnect on how those two should work. And like Growl and Leer and Screech, they're all normal type moves, but they hit ghost types. So again, somewhere, someone messed up the coding on Thunder Wave. Alright, that's 17. Amnesia. Amnesia's actually pretty good. I think we forget Poison Gas for it. What we can do is we can set up as a wall, use Amnesia to be a special wall, teach it Toxic, and just wall out like Milotic and stuff. That would be really good. Or other special attackers such as the entirety of Watson's gym. Now this, I think the scary thing about Watson's gym is that he does have a couple, I think he's got a Voltorb in there, if I remember right. And Voltorb has self-destruct, and this is pre-nerfed self-destruct. And for anyone who doesn't know, self-destruct is a normal type move that reduces your hit points to 0, but hits the opponent really hard. Not great in like a Nuzlocke and stuff, but it does have its uses. Making things go boom can be very helpful. But the reason why I say it's pre-nerfed is because for some reason, someone decided that using self-destruct or explosion should calculate damage as if the target's defense was cut in half, which is ludicrous. It hits so hard. Oddly enough, not a lot of normal types learn it, probably because they were like, we should not let that happen. But there are some things that learn it, or can learn it. They're really weird. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, but I remember them being kind of weird. Like Blissey, I think, or Snorlax. Yeah, of course we're paralyzed. We're going to go ahead and use Astonish. Oh, apparently Licky Licky. the only one. I was... Maybe that was a ROM hack. That like a Snorlax new explosion, and it was terrifying. Alright, that didn't do a whole lot. Gonna go back for the Supersonic, just because... Oof. Alright, so that did 7, right? So now it's gonna deal 10. Gosh, Supersonic missed again. Now it's gonna deal 14. Thunderwave isn't gonna do anything. Paralyzed. Nope. There we go. Gonna go ahead and use Leech Life because we're already paralyzed. Oh my gosh, again? This thing's just spamming Thunderwave. Alright. Leech Life. Hit yourself. Good. That's gonna, yeah. It was gonna do a lot. Reason for that being that in this generation, I believe, hitting yourself in confusion means you hit yourself with a move that has 40 base power, and that's a good amount of attack. I mean, that's better than Tackle. In later gens, it was reduced. Oh well. Oh well. 30 for them, 45, 44 for you, and Cloaker is now hurt, which means we're gonna come back. The reason we swapped was because we were out of sludge, and we are not pounding something to death. Excuse me. Alright, then here we go. Cube comes out, uses sludge. I think if we get a little lucky, I think we can get Cube here to 19. Actually, I'm going to use Pound here to conserve the sludge a little bit. Yeah, because I had a feeling this thing was just going to spam Growl, so might as well not risk just losing sludge power points. Yep, there we go. I think with a little luck we can get him up to 19. Part of that luck is obviously going to be finding some Minons. And we're going to use Sludge. So that deals. Awesome. We're going to go ahead and hit another Sludge. Wow, I thought I was going to Thunderwave. Oh, that's a guaranteed kill with poison damage. That was super good. 111, yeah. Super good. Gulpin. Okay, so Gulpin is not good. Gonna go ahead and swap over to Cloaker. Cloaker will use the strategy that we were doing earlier. Supersonic. Check some. Yeah. Okay, sorry. So Supersonic worked. We're going to go ahead and use Astonish because it is more damaging than using Leech life. Okay. That's actually okay. I guess. I mean, we'll wake up in a couple turns, right? Poison gas can't affect us for 2 reasons. Oh my gosh. There we go. Six damage. Safety crit range is like 13, 14. And we're out of this battle. Sorry, we are working on getting a house and my phone started blowing up from texts about it. My wife is taking care of it. Another miner. This is good for us. Sludge. Ah, there's the T-wave we were expecting. I was hoping it wouldn't be on turn 1, honestly. Where we could at least get a sludge off in peace. Alright, boom. There's the second one. Won't kill. Oh gosh, didn't even come close. We're just gonna pound, yeah, because I was pretty sure it was gonna just keep spamming a growl. Could we get held down here? We don't. Come on. Pound. Crit kills. Obviously a non-crit doesn't. Ah, there it is. Cube is not feeling any of this today. Alright, good. We learned Bite. Bite's actually a lot better than the other moves. Still not Stab, of course. Still not Stab. However, it's not horrible. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and use Sludge. Dang, right off the bat, a Growl. Dang. Could really use a Poison here. Awesome. Let's see how many sludge power points we have. We got 14. I think that we can use one more. And then we'll switch over to using pound. Oh, or we'll just get a crit. All those stat drops don't matter if you crit. So that's super nice. So Cloaker's actually coming along pretty well. I don't think we'll have to grind him too much after we're done with Cube here. Need a little bit of luck here. We need turn 1, turn 2 poisoning. Speed this along. I don't think we're gonna get it. We're now at half attack too, which is really bad. Ooh. It's probably gonna start just spamming quick attack from here. Ah, crit. But we know it's only 6 for a crit now. Alright, we'll go with one more sludge. And yeah, no, Cube is done. We're gonna pull Cube out and go ahead and throw in Cloaker. And have Cloaker finish this thing. Oh, sorry. Ooh, wow. T-waved on the switch. What are the odds? So they did 5, we're not in crit range. I was expecting it to growl, honestly. I was hoping it would growl. Alright, that's another 5. Again, still not in crit. We're getting close. Bite for the kill. Yeah, only get 55 for Cube. Ah, but leveled. That's good. We still have 10 power points on Sludge, which I think Again, with a little luck, might be enough to push sludge, or push cube to 19. Howl is fine, you can boost your attack. We've got enough health to take pretty much anything this Poochyena can throw at us. Poison is nice, we can go ahead and hit with Pound. I think that will take care of it. Okay. Pound. Bonk. Done. See? Now Poochyena isn't worth a whole lot of experience, is the sad part. But that's because it's a Poochyena and it's bad. There's the Minun we did want to see. Gosh. And they immediately just go for that. That sucks. Oh man. Double full para and another attack drop. We could really use a crit here. Or a poisoning. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead for a second one. Can we get the poison off, maybe? Boom, we got the poison. Alright, and from here we can just stall with Pound. Yeah. I think Yawn is helpful. I don't know if it will continue being helpful. I think out of Yawn or Encore, Encore is more helpful. Because it just doesn't... Yawn is good, but it doesn't progress the game state very much. We could use it, however, to put something really annoying to sleep and then get a free switch, right? Because Yawn puts it to sleep at the end of the next turn. So we're guaranteed a free switch right there. We just can't hit it with like sludge or anything. Because if we poison it before the end of the turn, then it's not going to fall asleep because it already has a status condition. So it's a little bit of a balancing act on how we do this. But I think we can pull it off. Oof. It's gonna be really close to see if we can get this this level. I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to start conserving sludge a little bit. We're gonna use one sludge and then finish it off with pounds. That's what I think we're gonna have to do. And just save sludges as much as possible. Yeah, actually, Pound is dealing some decent damage now, so... At least against Electric, that is also kind of physically frail. Whew. Ooh, Minun's super good. Okay. This will help push us a lot further, so we're gonna go for one sludge. See where we're at. Parried. Alright, oh, I thought we'd use Growl. Fully parried again. One more. Helping Hand, weird choice. There's the sludge. Do we get the poison off of it? The answer is no, so we're just gonna have to sit here and pound for a little bit. Alright, so 4 damage, crit safety of 9. We'll just have to go off that. Alright, one more. Full para? No full para. Wow. Close. Alright, we're getting there. Gulpin. Yeah, we're not gonna waste time trying to pound a Gulpin down. We're just gonna go ahead and swap over to Mephit. Mephit can kill real quick. because we do still have to grind Mephit and Aboleth after this. I just noticed. I was thinking that Aboleth... I was thinking they were both done. Alright, and so we don't have to run back to the Poké Center for more or less no reason. We're just gonna start using this strat. We're actually gonna step over here to the edge. But we're just gonna start spinning. Because you can spin in a circle, and your poison Pokemon will not take damage. Because you're not actually moving squares, so it's okay. Wow, that did a lot. Do we just have to stall for return? Not even. Wow. Alright, boom, Cloaker's at 17. That's super good. And this actually does work. See? Because for whatever reason it tracks the direction you turn as a movement, but it doesn't count towards your poison thing. One Sludge. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. And some pounds. Our goal, obviously, would be to find a Minun. And I think we're going to save our last Sludge for a Minun and just kind of hope it poisons. Ooh, we're so close. Yeah. And actually, each of these tiles, if I remember right, has a slightly different encounter rate. So if you find a square that you encounter something on, you can try to keep encountering it there. Yeah. It's not fun, but you can try. Alright, we take 3 damage, safety of 7. Alright, that's Howl, so that's gonna bring it up higher. Brings it to what, like 4 damage, safety of 7 for crit. Okay, that brings it to times 2, so we're looking at 6 damage, safety of 13, 14. Golly Moses, it just keeps going. Now it's at 8, safety of 17, 18. Stop! Oh my gosh! 9, safety of 20. We're out. Golly Moses! It just... Oh, that was kind of scary. It just kept going. Was not expecting that. Awesome, boom, Minun. Okay, I think this might be the last thing we need. I'm actually thinking we'll probably need one more. But it'll be one more of anything, I think. We'll have to see. Come on, Sludge. There we go. Poison. Nope. Alright, we're just gonna have to pound it. 1. This is gonna take a while. 2. Oh, dang. That's gonna take longer. Come on, crit. Going for the crit fish. Oh, man. Bonk. Ow. Bonk. Helping hand. Oh, we're so close. We need that. We need a crit is what we need. That was probably going to be a crit too. Alright. We're not in crit range yet. Oh, come on, but he is. Got it. She is, sorry. 111. Oh, so close. That's okay. I forgot we weren't running. Oops. Alright, Gulpin. That's actually a really good one for us. Because what we can do is we can just go ahead and switch into Mephit. Mephit will take some poison damage, but is guaranteed to one-shot this thing with Mudshot. Immune to poison gas, immune to yawn. Only thing that it can do is use pound, and it's bad at that, so. And there's the mud shot, there's the kill. Guaranteed level 4 cube. 19, lots of health, lots of special defense, you'll love to see it. Now, we swap cube out for Aboleth, we check Cloaker real quick. Is at 17, 560 to go. Yeah, so Aboleth will level first, that's perfectly fine. Now the only problem we're gonna have, Oddish, is if Oddishes show up. We're gonna run. Oh, oops. We are very close. Really, I guess we could go heal, just for the sake of healing. Electrike doesn't learn an electric move to like level 23 or something like that. It's not scary. We don't want to touch it until it uses T-Wave though, so we're gonna go ahead and use Water Gun this first turn. And then use Tackle. You take 3 damage, it takes more. This is the advantage of having huge power. You do hit harder, obviously. The downside to it is we have to use normal moves to do that. I guess we actually can use rollout, but again, rollout's kind of dangerous. Just golden. Okay, so on this one, I actually think that rollout might be a decent option. So we're gonna try it, just because. Why not? And that way we don't have to touch anything. Look, come on, no hands. Ooh, that actually did more than I thought it would. I was expecting like 3, not 5. Alright, and there's the para. Yeah, that's the only problem with using rollout here, is that each use of it has the chance of your para holding you down, and if it holds down, you lose all your benefit. Alright, Aboleth levels, that's really nice. For multiple reasons, but primarily because this is the level that Aboleth evolves at. So we go to Azumarill. And that was terrifying. Oh gosh. I really wish I knew why it did that. Alright. Yeah, it doesn't learn any moves in this gen when it levels, or when it evolves, which is kind of lame. However, its attack does go up, I believe. I really hope so. If it doesn't, I'm going to be really sad. Tackle. Don't know. Go ahead and use Tackle. It seems like its attack went up. Pretty easy thing to check. Marill. And Tackle. So Marill's base attack is 20. That's probably why Marill's really bad. Versus Azumarill, where its base attack is 50. This is why it's bad. 50 base attack. Huge power does bring that up to 100, which is, you know, respectable. But that's why it's so bad without it. The other option that it can have instead of huge power is the ability Thick Fat. So it takes half damage from fire and ice type moves, which it already did. So I don't know why anything would be using fire or ice against it, but it makes it a better pivot for those type of moves, I guess. But gross. Just gross. Yeah. Next gen, this would be a lot more helpful because we could teach it stuff like Waterfall and Aqua Jet, giving it a priority stab move and a physical stab move. But here, it just means that you're really like, you have to sit there and weigh, like, okay, so I have 44 attack, which is almost double my special attack, which is nice, but this is 35 power versus 60, so like this is barely better still, as opposed to the next generation with the physical special split. You can teach it Waterfall and have stab physical water move. Amazing. Tackle. Come on. There we go. Tackle. Let me try this one more time. Oh my gosh, that's 3 turns in a row. Poison gas doesn't do anything. There we go. Nice. Alright, that was really, really annoying, so we're gonna go ahead and Mephit for a little bit and try to finish out Mephit. Is poisoned. However, if we kill something, if we one-shot everything, we don't have to worry about poison, right? So that's the plan. It can one-shot Electrike, Minen, Gulpin. Not that. That's okay. We still know Tackle for a reason. We can see how much it does. Ooh, that's a 3-shot. We do take 6 damage from poison. A 2-shot with the crit. That I'll take it. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. Also, it's pretty physically frail. I don't think, yeah, without the super effective, I was really hesitant to say that we could kill it. Yeah, so anything that we are super effective against, we can kill. Other than that, we're kinda dead in the water. We're gonna take some poison damage. So we take what, like 8 or 9 running back there. So this is our last battle, and then we'll go heal up. But as promised, we did get through Cube. Oh, jeez. Ooh, that's actually really bad for us. Because now we take 6 damage here. We're gonna use Mud Slap for the 100% accuracy normally. Alright. A little bit of, just a little bit. What the heck? Wow. It was just waiting for us to move, because I think it can only do those after you've stepped onto a square. So I guess it had rolled up that it's like, this person's gonna call you. And then we just never moved. So it didn't have an opportunity to actually call. Alright. So one thing that we could do is we could deliver this, I think. We could deliver the part and then try to battle, but we would have to be really careful. Because we could very easily go over the level cap, and I would like to avoid that as much as possible. There's the Minen we needed a minute ago. Mudshot. Wow, okay. It is still faster, which isn't super surprising. Mephit is not fast. Good XP. That's 18 for Cloaker. That's really nice. We know that Mephit's going to be pretty quick to level, so we're going to go ahead and swap back into Aboleth for a little bit. Oh. Alright. Aboleth is going to go ahead and use Rollout on this thing. Because I think that's the fastest way to kill. Yeah. It did just occur to me that Rollout is only like 80% accurate though. Though I kind of wonder if that's like as you go up, because I don't think I've ever seen the first hit of Rollout miss. It's always like the second or third one. So I kind of wonder if it's like 100% 95, you know? Like 100, 95, 90, 85, 80. Yeah, and that'd be 5. And so it's showing you the least possible amount, but I obviously don't know that. I just don't think I've ever seen the first one miss. Again, it's good that we're fighting Poochyena. They give attack. Alright, this is an Oddish. Now, earlier, Meryl could not take out an Oddish because Absorb healed too much. I guess technically it could have, but it would have taken a lot of effort. It wasn't worth it. Oh yeah, still not worth it. That dealt so much damage. Go ahead and swap into Cloaker. Alright, and if Cloaker hits 19, what we'll do is we'll take it off that, give it to Aboleth, and then from there just train up Mephit and have Aboleth passively gaining experience. And bite again. Should just need the one more. Done. Yeah, so Cloaker's doing okay now. It's just easier to not train Cloaker against everything. Against Oddishes and Gulpins, super easy to train Cloaker. Should not have touched it. This thing can have static. Where we see the kill though, and we're gonna go for it. And just hope static doesn't proc. Dang! Very irritating. Alright. Gulpin. Okay. It's fine. Aboleth is now immune to 2 of its moves. All it can use is Pound, and it's bad at that, so 1 tackle. Yawn doesn't do anything. Not full para. Easy. Done. This is taking a little longer than I thought it would. Now, we don't have to edge at all because I'm pretty sure we're gonna destroy this gym. So, yeah. We're just gonna hit everything in it really hard. Actually, what we're probably gonna do is we're gonna wind up using Pixie to take out 2, right? Taking out the Machop, and the Metatite's actually pretty free because the only damaging move it knows is Focus Punch. It was Light Screen and Focus Punch and Bulk Up, right? So using anything against it is good. We just have to be aware of what we're going to use against it. I think it... Focus Punch, Bulk Up, Light Screen. I don't remember what the 4th move is, but it does have a 4th move. It's not like later gens, for whatever reason, where certain things only have 2 or 3 moves. Actually, distinctly, I think one of the rivals in X and Y, they have a Roserade that only knows Petal Dance. That's it, 1 move on this, like, level 40-something Pokemon. Maybe it's only 30. That doesn't matter. It knows 1 move. It is a stab move, which is fair, but it's still stupid. Ooh, that did not do what I wanted it to. It's hoping that would kill. Actually, I think the thing that kept it alive was the absorbs it's been using. So we're just going to use Leech Life just to add insult to injury. Because I'm pretty sure that'll kill. Yep. And it didn't bring us back up to full. I thought it might. Alright, well, we're very close. We're so close. Alright, mining. That's good, actually. It's like, what, 100? 111. It knows T-Wave. It's probably not going to use it because we're already parried. But maybe. Ah, Growl. That's really annoying. But at least Aboleth has a way around that. Alright, so we are now at standard attack value, which is actually lower than our special attack, so we will actually use Water Gun. It's just going to deal more damage. Now it's definitely dealing more damage. Could you use T-Wave or something else, please? Oh my gosh, at least it's spamming a non-damaging move, I guess. That was really close. And Water Gun takes it down. Okay. Oh, right there. So close to 19. Ah. I actually thought that Cloaker, well, see, I think Cloaker's going to level here. And I think Aboleth will as well. So we're going to go ahead and switch into Cloaker. Probably take an Absorb. Sweet Scent. Random AI baffles me. No, Cloaker won't level here. I did actually mean to do that. I think Supersonic does, it doesn't hurt us here. If we had missed, I would have gone straight into Bite and just ignored that. But go ahead and use Bite. This also has a flinch chance. It's not as high as Astonish, though. Nice. Helps us out just a touch. Flinch, okay. Fight again. For some reason I was thinking Cloaker would learn a Wing Attack by now. We'll go ahead and use Leech Life just to heal that 1 point of damage we're missing. This gives Cloaker like 100, right? Yeah. So it did not level Aboleth. But anything here is going to level Aboleth now. Especially that. Okay. So anything will level. I don't think it's worth it to like try to switch to Mephit, because Mephit could just get paralyzed off of the T-Wave. So why even risk it? Just hit the tackle button. Oh wait, I forgot. Ground types are immune to T-Wave. We talked about this earlier because I thought it was dumb. Because like no other type has this issue with status moves. Alright, there we go. And Cloaker did not level. Okay. Just confirming here for a second. Yes, level 19. Okay. So Mephit needs probably like 5, 6. We definitely hit the mark by before we go back to the Poké Center for power points. Tackle. Ooh, that did not do enough. Go ahead and hit tackle. Gen 3 tackle, everyone. Gen 3 tackle. Alright, at this point we just use Water Gun. That is neutral effective to us, yeah. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you guys can see that. Barely. Gosh. That's insane. That didn't level Cloaker either. What the heck, Cloaker? How much more you got? 12. Now we're walking around more because no one's poisoned, and we would like Cloaker to gain some more friendship with us. Alright, this is Cloaker's last battle though, and then everything speeds up after this. 16-4. Dang, that was 9. There we go. Okay, level. Item, take. There we go. So it's actually really interesting if you take a high-level Pokemon that you catch, say like you caught level 40 in Victory Road, right? And you take it back to the first area because you want to give it all the EVs that come from that area, right? So say you want to give it speed, so you only train it on like level 2 Rattatas, level 2, level 3. You're gonna max out its speed EVs pretty dang quick. Especially if you give it like a Macho Brace or something. Well, what happens, you see those levels, right? It's always like +1, +2. If you have like a really high EV value in, and probably an IV as well, in a stat, you get like a +3 and you're like, oh, this is awesome. But if you have a high-level Pokemon, what happens? And that you see that because you've been taking them up slowly through it, right? If you have a high-level Pokemon and you just magically have a, I say magically, in some way, shape, or form, you shove a bunch of vitamins into it, you train it on really low-level Pokemon so it doesn't level for a long time, but has all of its EVs set, you know, and it still hasn't leveled yet. Well, when you level, it corrects its stats, right? So it brings them up to what they should have been. And so, like, you can get some ridiculous numbers in those level ups. You know, everything will be like going back to the Rattata example, right? Rattata, whatever you want to call it. The stupid mouse. All those stupid purple mice. They will give it a bunch of speed EVs, and when you are, oh, hey, that's our first miss. And when you're done, and you leave that area, say you haven't leveled yet because they're all level 2 and you need an insane amount of experience, because you got this thing in Victory Road, so it's like level 40 at least. And you finally get it all the way there, all of its EVs in, and then you walk away and you level it. I am not kidding you when I say I have seen like +10 to those stats, and it is so satisfying. It's so awesome. Alright, and that is the level for Mephit. We're done here. And we are going to a gym. Here we go.
Hypothetical question time.
I apparently am answering a hypothetical question for my wife while we're going.
If hypothetically one were to look for the earbuds, where hypothetically would one look for them, and hypothetically would they be charged?
Hypothetically, they are probably charged, and hypothetically, possibly... Hypothetically, they are likely in the cup holder of my car.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
Well, it's... Possibly. I actually am not 100% on that. This is our office, so we have to share sometimes.
I don't know. It's like we're married or something.
We also share the sass
No, I thought
on a daily basis. All right, so Brawly's first Pokemon is going to be a Machop, and we kind of want to save Pixie for the Makuhita. The reason for that is at 56 health, it can only take 3 seismic tosses, and we just really don't need to have him taking that much, right? Right, 3, yeah. So Gelatinous Cube can also only take that many. The only problem with that is if we send out Cube and use Sludge and poison the Machop, we're in a lot of trouble. Because because it has guts. So I actually think I like sending out Cloaker. We'll use Cloaker, who quad resists fighting, confuse the Machop, and use Astonish. I think that's the play. And if something happens to Cloaker, then we can go into Mephit or Remor Haze, who also... Remor Haze only resists it once. Does not... you know... Remor Haze is going to take more damage. Possibly. I actually haven't looked at their stats, so let's check out the defense stat. 42. 20. Actually, Remor Haze is going to take less damage. So I think what we do is we have Remor Haze go in and use Fury Swipes, probably. And then if we need to, we can swap out to Cloaker. I'm going to save just in case the game breaks. And we're going to take on Brawly. Yes. Here we go. Alright. So Machop. Level 16, not super scary. Versus Remor Haze at level 19. We're going to use Fury Swipes. We have Compound Eyes, so we don't have to worry about Fury Swipes like actually missing. We just have to worry about it only rolling 2 a lot. We do have a way around the attack and defense buffs, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to use some sand attack strats real quick. Drop its accuracy just a little bit. And then if we need to, we can swap over to, well, a number of people actually. Yeah, that's going to do nothing. A number of people that have a special attack, and just have them use the special attack to get around that defense buff. But also, Fury Swipes has a minimum damage of 1, right? You can only, every hit has to deal 1 damage. Now see, that's unfortunate. Seismic Tox cannot crit though, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, boom, we got 3, that's good. Bulk up again. Also, with each shot of Fury Swipes, we have a individual chance to crit. So, using Fury Swipes is our best option for getting a crit and bypassing all those buffs. We saw Low Kick only deal 2 damage, right? So, we're not super scared there. 3. It is at times, what, 2 attack now? Fury Swipes again. 1, 2. That might, oh, yep. That's it. Low Kick misses, that's good. Again. Okay, boom. That's 1 Super Potion down. That's actually good for us. 1, 2. That's it. 1. We're gonna run out of Fury Swipes, I think. Gosh dang, we're not getting lucky with those today. Fury Swipes. 1, 2. Gosh. Oh, Seismic Toss missed. That's good. 2. Gosh dang it. Going again. There we go, there's 3. 4. Nice. Alright, so we take 5 from that. 10 with a crit, because we haven't raised anything. So, 2. Got the 3. Seismic Toss really hurts though. Okay, now we're dead to a Seismic Toss. So now we go ahead and swap out. I think we swapped to Cloaker. Mephit. Yeah, you don't have a special attack. I think we go to Cloaker. Let Cloaker also quad resist everything. Or actually quad resist as opposed to... Oh, that hurts. That was quad resisted too. That did 11. Man, that hurts. We're gonna go ahead and use Supersonic. Use its attack buffs to negate essentially its defense buffs if it hits itself. So that's helpful. And then we can use Bite to get around the defense buffs. Flinch, good. Another Bite here. Finish it off. Good. Alright, Rimmer Haze gets a bunch, Cloaker gets a bunch. Now we're at the Metatite, right? Okay, so again, this Metatite only knows Focus Punch as a damaging move. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Astonish, because it's super effective. It used Reflect. So now we're going to use Bite, because it's neutral effective. And it won't be halved by the Reflect. We're going to use Bite again. Now I'm actually getting a little nervous. Flinched, that's kind of funny. We are going to we're going to confirm that Bite is 100% accurate. It is? Okay, so we're good there. And actually, Bite does the same amount of damage as a super effective Astonish. Alright, one more Bite, and we have pretty well stalled out these Reflect turns, which is really good. Alright. We're just gonna keep biting. Maybe bait it into using... I was hoping it would use Light Screen instead. Because that just makes it easier on other people. On others of our team. Go ahead and use Bite. Yeah, this thing not being able to attack if you keep hitting it is really nice. And we're just, like I said, we're just stalling out these Reflect turns. Because we don't really want to use a physical move anyway, but it's helpful to not have to worry about that. There's the Reflect. Okay, we're going to use Supersonic real quick. Okay, use Bulk Up. So that's really annoying. So these are effectively the same power, except that this is a physical move, so it's not as good. So we're gonna use Bite, because he just boosted his defense. That's why it's not as good. Use Bulk Up again. It's 2 Bulk Ups. Oof. Alright, we're gonna go for Bite again. And Flinched. It's kind of nice. What do we got? Not very effective, of course. Hoping that it hits itself. That's really nice for me, actually. Okay. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and swap into Pixie so that we can start using Confusion. That is the goal, at least. Alright, there's its Citrus Berry. He's already used both of his super potions, so we're good there. And now we can get around the defense buffs by using Confusion, and it actually deals damage. Vital Throw is still going to hurt quite a bit. Yeah, it's not bad though. Hit it with that Confusion. Oh, what? No! Oh no! Oh man, that really hurt. Oh, that really hurt. Go ahead and just hit it with a Poison Sting. Dang. Oh. That was actually scary. I wasn't sure how much that would do. Because that's like a... I think at that low of health, that's like a 200 base power move. Which I guess reduces down to like 50, but then stab, so 75. Like, dang, that hurt. And we get bulk up. Bulk up's really good. So I'm very glad that we have that. That's super nice. Alright. Alright, and we are good there. Huh. Alright. And off we walk. Hello everyone who just showed up. I thank you for being here. Sorry, you just missed the massively climactic battle of a Zubat biting things until they died. However, this is really good for us now. Because we can now move on. Our level cap has just moved from 19, which everyone is at, which is super nice, to 24, which actually means that we are going to get rid of... We're going to come in here and we're going to get rid of Aboleth, the Azumarill? Azumarill? That's a different thing. And pick up Leviathan, the Magikarp. That's super nice. Kraken, I don't think we really want right now. We can also pick up Banshee again. I don't know. You've been a good flying type, but I don't think for the next gym you're going to be very good. So we're going to go ahead and put Cloaker away. Having a Crobat is really nice. However, it's not going to be helpful in the electric type gym. Therefore, we are waiting. Also, how's it going, Broke? I just saw that. Flinch is very nice. We were not using the Zubat for the flinch. We were using it for the quad resist. And it just happened to be that the best move we had was Bite. Because Bulk Up's super good. And now we have it, but I don't really know if we want to give it to anyone yet. Oh, gosh dang it, I was mashing. Alright, Sleeport. Yeah. I'm really excited now because we can actually evolve some stuff. Banshee, I don't remember when Banshee evolves. I'm not even gonna try. We can find out though. And we can actually use the Gyarados as soon as we get this Magikarp up to level 20. Thankfully we remembered it now. During the last run we forgot about that until Mauville. So had to do all of the grinding on that way later. Half correct. So yeah, in Scarlet and Violet there is Mousehold. Mousehold's... I thought I was supposed to give it to that guy. What is happening? Mousehold's move Population Bomb hits 1 to 10 times and hits. Just keeps hitting until... yeah. Until you miss. So unlike every other move where it just rolls... oh my gosh, where am I taking these? Is it you? I don't know where I'm going anymore. Instead of every other move that, like, you roll to hit, essentially, and then it rolls to see how many times you hit. Yes! Technician is super good on it. Anyway, jumping back, finishing statement. Instead of rolling to see if you hit and then how many times you hit, Population Bomb just keeps rolling to see if you hit until you fail. And actually, Population Bomb Technician is why, oh, what's that item? Rocky Helmet has come back into the meta, was because people kept population bombing and it would just destroy anything it hit, even steel types. And so you just smack a Rocky Helmet on and it deals 1/8 of Mousehold's health back to it every hit, and so it can just kill itself. Gosh, this team is so weird. Anyway, plus King Rock. Yes. I've actually seen more, though, where they use, what's its other ability? Friend Guard, to make, like, not really tanky Pokemon extra tanky. Alright, so this is a problem where we're at, actually. We have to fight a Carvana, and we can't touch it. Yes, that is fair. I have seen a lot of people rage really, really hard at Mousehold shenanigans, flinch shenanigans. I've also seen a lot of people rage at Arcanine stuff, not because of flinch strats or anything, but because it's just really hard to kill an Arcanine quickly. Like, it's probably going to survive a couple of turns, and it just sits there and uses, like, Snarl or Will-O-Wisp and just makes everyone angry. Fluttermane also made a lot of people mad. Alright. Solutions to not being able to touch a Carvana. Don't. We're just going to put it to sleep. Gonna take a bite. Oh my... Oh, okay, that was a crit. I was flipping out for a second. Ooh, wait. I was gonna use Uproar, but I can't do that because it's just gonna wake up the Carvana. Okay, we're just gonna use Sludge and hope it doesn't wake it up, or it doesn't poison it. And it doesn't, so we're good. Whew. Sludge. I guess we could have just sludged twice and it would have been the same. But I thought it would take a little bit more to kill that Carvana. There we go. I am actually kind of impressed, since the addition of Scarlet and Violet, I have seen one, and it doesn't work well, but the fact that it exists, one ROM hack that has introduced terastallization into, like, Gen 4? I think it was Gen 4. And I was shocked, like, coding that sounds awful. I don't know how they would have managed it. This thing we are going to use Yawn, because Sludge is not a great move. Well, actually, I think Sludge is better than... Did it? I am kind of supplies. I am, you know, helpful things to have. I'm surprised that it made it into OU. However, Clodsire is pretty fun. I didn't actually get to use one. That's because my my base run of it, winning completely blind, I was like, I'ma do a challenge of this, kind of, where Jen just went through a list of Pokemon names and approved the ones that I could or could not use, and that was an event. Trying to piece those together was an exciting time for me. Alright. Oh. Everything melts before the gelatinous cube. It was partially very fun because she, like... I did not know that. That is adorable. I hadn't seen that in game. That's wonderful. Part of the reason why it was very entertaining to do that challenge run was because I just gave her a list of Pokemon, and so she didn't know what evolved into what, and so, like, she said I couldn't use Ralts. Or... No, I could use Ralts, but I couldn't use Kirlia, but I could use Gardevoir and Gallade. So that was that was something I had to figure out how to do. Had to level up the Ralts to like 2 levels before it evolved into Guard of War, level it up, evolve into Curlia, and then shove it full of XP candies to level it up to get a Guard of War. And it was a process. Yeah, pretty much. There was something else she approved. I think she approved Arcanine, but not Growlithe or something like that. It was rough. Approved Tinka Tough because she thought the name was funny, but not Tinka Tink, or Tinka Ton. Let's see here. She approved Bagon and Shelgon, but not Salamence. That one made me cry a little bit. Approved Gabite, but not Garchomp. I was like, dang it. Or Gibble. Couldn't have Gibble, just Gabite. It was really exciting. It really made me, like, have to sit down and just, like, hardcore figure out what to do. There was one exception I made, and I think it was... I don't know why I just healed, because he healed me after the battle. I think she said I could use, like, Meowscarada, but not Sprigatito or whatever the middle stage is, and I was like... I physically have to use those, like, there's no way to not. So that was the one exception I made. Other than that, though, I stuck as close as I could. I think I could use Eevee and, like, Jolteon, but I couldn't use any of the others. And I was very sad, because I really enjoy using Umbreon. Yeah. Okay. Woo. So we're gonna look at this rival fight real quick, because I'm kind of scared of it. Last time we lost our, what was it then? It was Hermione then, our Whismur, and this time it's Banshee. Excuse me. Brendan and May, yeah. I want it noted that the Cerebi for these rivals does not have the optional battle in Rustboro. Alright, so ours has Grovyle, so it opens with Wailmer. Brendan opens with Wailmer. We'll have to figure out the best course of action there, because we don't have a grass type. I actually think our best course of action is to be turds and level up Remmerhaze 1 level. And get a Shedinja. And use that. But first we need to get Banshee up a little higher. Also, we are not doing double battles if we can avoid them, so those are scary. It's basically just the special defense wall. Stab Earthquake, yeah, okay. I didn't know that it got unaware. I think mine had, like, Water Absorb. Which I feel like that's also pretty good, being immune to water attacks. That would be helpful. I actually wonder... Because Water Absorb works on, like, Surf, right? So could you have it with, oh, well, I guess Earthquake actually would hit your partner still, wouldn't it? I was gonna say, put it with something like Gastrodon that's just spamming Surf and recovering your Clodsire. Yeah. Walking Wake is in OU? Really? Oh wait, I guess that's the top rank right now, isn't it? There's not like a banned thing. Yeah. We're getting into fun territory right now. Alright. Well, we made it out of there. There we go. I'm kind of sad, actually. I got Violet because I looked at the exclusives, and I went Gibble and Bagon. Really? I didn't think they'd have the ban up yet. Let's actually use Rumor Haze. But let me think. I was going. Oh yeah, I got Violet because I looked at the exclusives and went. I want the Bagon. And then very quickly learned that that most of the good Paradox Pokemon were in Scarlet, and I was sad. I actually put together a competitive team that consisted of Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet. It was Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet. It had Screamtail on it at one point. Had Roaring Moon because Roaring Moon's really good. And I couldn't catch them. I had to trade for them. So that was very unfortunate. Scratch. Yeah. Plus Houndstone. Really? They bound Houndstone and Annihilate. I mean, I know that Annihilate was really common. I really just didn't think it was super broken. It was good, don't get me wrong. Especially with the Rage Fist beat up strats. But I never really had an issue on Showdown getting. There were a couple times. Okay, the ones that got pushed into Uber. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah. There we go. Howl. I always manage to find some way to get rid of an Annihilate. Occasionally it was forcing it to Terra because of the threat of Fluttermane, and then just destroying it with something else. So, again, one of the Pokemon that everyone was flipping out about. They thought Iron Bundle would break the meta, and I never had a ton of trouble with Iron Bundle. It hits really hard, don't get me wrong. But it can't, it cannot 1v1 an Iron Hands. And I ran Iron Hands. It can't do it. And if it tries to 1v1 a Fluttermane and isn't max speed, it can't outrun Fluttermane, because they're only 1 point difference, which means you can win because Fluttermane's special defense is so high, and its special attack I think is actually higher than Iron Bundle's. And so you could win with Fluttermane in those exchanges. Now obviously there's situations that happen and you're gonna lose occasionally, but I didn't think Iron Bundle actually broke the meta at all. But that's just me. And maybe I was just playing bad people who never used their Iron Bundle effectively. Yes. Yes. I mean, the answer to that is yes. But everyone just kind of overlooked Fluttermane for a bit there. And Fluttermane has 135 speed plus, Protosynthesis and max speed stats. So, the only thing that could outrun it was Iron Bundle. Or very specific things in the sun. Like chlorophyll users, or I guess some Swift Swim users in the rain. Even then, though, most of the time with the, okay, yeah. Yeah, that I can believe. There was actually a couple of times, like I said, I played on Showdown, that the opponent would use Tailwind and my Flutter Mane was still faster without the Tailwind, without my Tailwind being set up. And I was like, this is stupid. Granted, I had the booster energy on it, so it had like 307 or something like that for its effective speed stat. It was insane. But I never used it to Perish Trap, which was my downfall, because after Wolf Glick won regionals with a Perish Trap team, that's all anyone ran. That was all I saw. Yes, accurate, which is nice, but I didn't ever try to exploit the ice type weaknesses because so many people would Terra water. So if I ever saw a iron bundle, I always thunder punched it. And then problem solved. And actually, again, like, Wolfie won a tournament with a Perish Trap team completely without iron bundle, if I remember right. He tried to work it in, and he was just like, this isn't doing what I need it to, and so he got rid of it. Oh my gosh. And everyone was like super freaking out that it would break the meta like Thunderous did back in, what was that gen? I mean, you're not wrong. He is. But it's... and it's not his fault, right? It's not his fault that everyone decided that Perish Trapping was then the best strategy because he used it, and just tried to copy his team. But it was infuriating. That was part of the reason why I stopped. Why I stopped putting together a competitive team. That and the by the time I got my team together, I was too late, and had the season had shifted from season 2 to 3 or whatever it was. Yeah, no, Palafin is super good. Not as good. If you wow, turn 1 effect spore. What a Chad over here. Jeez. All right, we're gonna get rid of that. Sorry, that was a massive distraction. Palafin was one of those things that, like, when I saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, that's super good. This thing will be awesome. My biggest issue was getting it out and back in. Flip turn's really good, but you have to do it so strategically because everyone is expecting the flip turn, and actually for a while, the like most common moveset didn't have flip turn in it. If I remember right, it had like Jet Punch, Wave Crash, Protect, and it was a coverage move of some kind. Close Combat, I think. Maybe not Close Combat. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Ice Punch. Anyway, doesn't matter. Had a coverage move. That's the important part. It didn't have flip turn, so you had to like manually switch it out. And most of the time, you know, if your opponent is somewhat on their game, they can be like, okay, well, either that thing's flip turning or it's switching out. I'ma just hit it with a wide, kind of like a widespread move, essentially. I would normally use like Rock Slide or something, but you could. Oh, I'm looking for an Awakening. You could, in theory, just hit it for something that hits most things neutrally, like Psychic, I believe. Psychic's a good one. Or you could hit it with a fire move. I did that quite a bit. I would launch a Mystic Fire into that slot. because it's a water type. So people would switch to like a grass type or something that would resist most of the types coming at it. And I would just hit it with something not one of those types. Not grass or electric. I'd hit it with like I say water or fairy a few times. But fairy's kind of risky. Zed Headbutt or Ice Punch with it. Yeah, Choice Band is a little nutty. Of course, you tear it into water, use Jet Punch, and just sweep. That was the one thing that could always one-shot my Flutter Mane. There was just nothing I could do about it. But I also knew that they were going to try to one-shot the Flutter Mane, so I could always use Protect. And then try to chip it down with something else. Ooh. I think we get rid of Minun first here. I don't like double battles. They're dangerous. But, alas, I have given up. I liked Series 2. As soon as Series 3 came out, I was like, I can't keep up. I just finished putting my team together. So. Has speed boost. Well, yeah, so Espathra is really good. Again, the most thing that I saw with it was people using it for gravity trapping. They have, what's the Magneton thing? Magneton, not Magneton. Ancient form, whatever it is. They would have that thing use gravity, and then Espathra would use, Hypnosis, because gravity lowers your evasion by 2 stages, and so Hypnosis is more or less 100%. And my answer to that was always just to, because normally the Espathra uses Protect on turn 1, right? So I would just Ice Punch the not Magneton and kill it. It would normally get the gravity off, which is annoying, but you can only Hypnosis one thing at a time. So Ice Punch to that, and then super effective move into the Espathra, and problem solved. Only issue I ever had with doing that was when they threw out a mouse hold after it. And it used Follow Me. And I was like, welp. Calm Mind, Stored Power, Dazzling Gleam, or Terra Blast, and Roost or Protect. Yeah. I can believe it. Calm Mind, Stored Power. Oh, because every time you use Calm Mind, that's pretty good. Yeah. Taunt would be good against it. I didn't run Murkrow. That wasn't my Tailwind setter. My Tailwind setter was Iron Jugulus. And honestly, most of the time, or there were certain parts of the time that I didn't even bother with Tailwind, because I would wind up with my bulkier team that had like Iron Hands, Iron Jugulus, Arcanine, and I'm missing whatever the last one was. And I was like, I don't need to outrun you. Even if I use Tailwind, I'm not going to outrun you, so I'm just going to not, and I'm going to capitalize on the fact that you are using Tailwind and hit you more for it. Also, I just clicked Uproar, and that's really scary. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, we are now at half defense. This is really bad. Should not have clicked Uproar. Oh, it didn't kill. Okay, that's slightly better for us, actually. Because I don't know what his next Pokemon is. Oh my gosh, we're -3. Oh, free defense. Ooh. That's gross. Oh, you only had the one. Cool. I think I normally preferred Indeedee for the Psychic Seed procs, but yeah, no, that would definitely work. Come here. That's really oh gosh. With stored power, so what? Is that 2 stages of defense? Or is that just 1 stage? For free. I don't remember what the seeds do. I know that they boost them, but I don't remember how far. Because I know, like, ooh. What's the weakness policy is, weakness policy is actually both attack and special attack for free, right? It's 2-stage boost for both. Which is why it's run on 1 stage for free. Okay. That's why weakness policy was run on Armor Rouge, who could use stored power in psychic terrain and just. It was bad. Across the sea from here. Okay. Oh my gosh. So many phone calls. Nothing here. Wonder if Reggie Rock will show up here. Or something will show up here, clearly. A pattern. 1 stage for free. I mean, that's still pretty nice. Especially if you're using Calm Mind to buff your other stat, your other defensive stat. Fair. Don't remember if I could use Annihilate. We need to grab Kraken real quick. We'll swap out Golden. Nice, but I think we've got more than enough coverage for it. Let's see here. I don't actually remember my team. I remember there was an Arcanine on it. And I think I was allowed to use Baxcalibur, sorry. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember the others, I just flat out don't. That's a problem. Throw a Remoraise here. Yeah. Oh, who was that? Like Pomot with Revival Blessing. That was good. Who's the other one? Rabska, I think. Oof, that's gonna leave. Never mind. Yeah. That was a really interesting move. It would crit. So these are gonna deal like 1. It was a really interesting move to give someone. I was actually kind of surprised they didn't give it to like Chansey or. Sorry to say Chansey and Blissey, are they even in the game? I think Chansey is, right? So, and thus by extension Blissey has to be. I know Jigglypuff is. Yeah, because because there's the water. Its Terra type is water on the field. On like the overworld. I don't remember. Was Chansey there? I think it was, yeah? Anyway, I'm surprised, if it is there, I'm surprised they didn't give, I'm surprised they didn't give Chansey it. Oh gosh. Okay, that was Sonic Boom. Always does fixed damage. We're gonna use Pound one more time. I don't think Voltorb learns Spark until like 20, so I think we're safe here. Use Pound one more time. Alright, yeah, we were fine. Oh, that was kind of concerning though. You would think that, like, you know, the nurse Pokemon kind of thing would get Revival Blessing, but they were just like, meh, which is fair considering Blissey is insane. Really? I guess that actually makes sense. Orthworm and, I actually really like Orthworm. I really like the concept of it. I kind of wish it wasn't a Steel type, though. I don't know what I would make it, but Steel was a little weird to me. I really liked Earth Eater, though. That was a really cool move, really cool ability to give it. Especially when it can just sit there and be healed by, like, Garchomp using Earthquake. Also get Shed Tail, which is really nice. So it can pass a substitute. Only problem is it doesn't have a whole lot of health, but yeah, no, I actually really like Orthworm. Really liked the concept of Orthworm too. Whoever made that should get a raise. I also just really like Earth Eater. Is it actually heavy? I didn't actually look at it. Oh wait. Does Heavy Slam go off weight, or does that go Body Press? Okay, see that's the one I was questioning. So it's Body Press is off defense. Okay. I actually do really like both of those. Didn't know it was heavy. I mean, it makes sense. This is Steel type. Okay. Just gonna... There we go. Yeah. Trying to think on what else. Orthworm. Right, Shed Tail. Heavy Slam. Actually, I don't think I saw a lot of Stealth Rock in Showdown, but times have changed. I'm sure Stealth Rock has been more helpful since the the like Ruin Beasts have been introduced, because I feel like a number of them were actually weak to Rock, like 3 of the 4 or something like that. So Stealth Rock would be really good. Or maybe they were neutral, but Stealth Rock still... Doesn't it take like a quarter of your health? No. It takes an eighth if you're neutral, right? Because if it's super effective, then it takes a quarter. And if you... Oops, sorry. If you throw out like an Ice and Flying type or something like that, it takes like half, and it's just insane. Can it set spikes too? If it can set both Stealth Rock and spikes, that thing is terrifying. Assuming they don't have a way to clear hazards, which I feel a number of teams do. Well, they did. I don't know if they do anymore. Alright, Banshee levels so much faster. Granted, we've been going into trainers. Slowking and Torkoal are actually really terrifying. That was the other thing. Great Tusk I thought was pretty cool, but I actually liked Iron Treads more. Oh, wrong tree. They essentially did the same job, right? But Iron Treads, I think, did it a little bit more consistently because of the slight speed difference. It was also a lot faster than I thought it was. That thing, like, when I used it, consistently outran things that I was like, you have no business outrunning this. Alright, cut. But I really enjoyed it. And I had, every time I threw it out, no one was prepared for, Earthquake standing next to Iron Hands, because Iron Hands would also Terra flying at the same time. So suddenly it doesn't have its, suddenly it's completely immune to Earthquake, and they just... Oh, Glamora. Do you have to actually physically, like, is it a contact thing? Or is it a, Is Glamora's ability contact or just damage in general? I don't remember. If it's damage in general, oh. If it's contact, it's pretty easy to work around if you think it through. Any physical, yeah. Let's see here. Are you doing stall teams in, like, singles or doubles? Oh gosh, Effect Spore. Yeah, we were switching out anyway. We're poison. We're not playing this game. Singles. That makes more sense. I was like, how are you pulling that off in doubles? The only one that I had ever seen in doubles involved an Amoonguss and an Umbreon. And the Umbreon knew Toxic and Yawn, and the Amoonguss had Pollen Puff. And holy crap, getting out of that fight was awful. It's a lot harder because, I mean, you can just focus down one. Yeah, it's a lot harder. I think that's actually part of the reason why they changed the, like, official VGC format from singles to doubles, was because so many people were doing stall teams, and thus they were like, okay, we're going to, these are like super boring to watch, so we're going to nix that and put in the double battles. But yeah. Alright, Meryl. That's actually really not good for us. I think we go ahead and use one scratch here, and we see Tail Whip. Odd. I'm like 90% sure that this thing... There it is. I was like, I'm pretty sure this thing has Water Gun. And if it had just used Water Gun from the start, we definitely would have had to switch out, but that was really weird. Speaking of doubles format, I'm actually looking into the next run we do on this channel after we're done here being... We don't have poison cures, except for these. I kind of want to save those. How much health we got? We got 11. We'll just heal up. We'll count 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go ahead and pop this. Should actually see our band if... Really? Is that a new rule? I didn't know that. I wonder why they did it that way. I mean, like, that, it seems like it should be perfectly fine, right? Excuse me. That was a dumb way to go around that table. I lost count. What are we at right now? 16. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna have to pop a potion real quick. Gravity, Sleep Claw, sleep moves below 100% may not be used in conjunction with gravity. Interesting. I know it was allowed at one point. I wonder why. I guess they just thought it was dumb. They were like, we're not. This is dumb. I know, like, you know, the like sleep clause or whatever is actually not, unless they changed it, is not VGC official. You can put half your opponent's team to sleep if you feel like it. Good luck, but you can. Actually, carrying a cycle and pain split, Pokemon may not hold up a variable. Huh. Interesting. I guess just because it would make the battle last forever, right? Potentially. Well, maybe not forever, it would just be really, really annoying. Ah, I thought you were saying it was in the VGC. The only thing I ever actually ran in Showdown was the VGC. So I guess this is, yeah, this is just the don't be a turd. Oh, man. But I could definitely see the Lepaberry Recycle and Pain Split thing being an actual VGC rule. Pound. Alright. Pound. Little experience. We're just gonna use Uproar because I think it'll be faster. It and I said Snorlax is Snorlax in Scarlet and Violet? If not, how do you not have a Snorlax? Anyway, yeah, I know you really like Snorlax too. That's why I was like it and Snorlax. Oh, what? I thought I read the thing. Do I have to go back? Snorlax is like the second most iconic Pokemon. That's so sad. How do you just not bring it in to bring it into Scarlet Violet? Bro, Pikachu. Pfft. Not bringing Snorlax. That's fair. I can see that. Jigglypuff, because of the show, it's singing and drawing on everyone's faces. Got a rare candy. Ooh. That's true. I mean, technically, so was Snorlax, right? He was just a, he was just an item. I don't even know how you would have done Snorlax as a character. Yeah. Yeah, because he was all small and he jumped. Evolved partway up or something. Alright. I'm gonna check May's team real quick. Or Brendan's team. My bad. We're level 20 Grovyle. Also guaranteed this Grovyle has Pursuit. So we gotta be careful. Because Pursuit traps suck. Bound. Oh gosh. Oh, Incineroar. I actually remember how everyone was like, man, Incineroar's so good. It's amazing. I wonder what's going to happen to it in the next generation. And then, Sword and Shield hit, and they made it better. Everyone was like, why? Gosh, it invalidated so many Pokemon when they added it. Eh? I actually think most people say, like, Emboar was not, I mean... Oh, Emboar was good. It was middle of the pack, because Superior got so many setup moves that if you could use half of them, it was so good. Yes. Oh, Typhlosion. Stat for stat copy of Charizard. And the worst part about that is, like, I want to say they actually had the same base stat totals for each starter's counterpart, which meant Charizard had, if I remember correctly, had a higher base stat total than Blastoise and Venusaur, which meant that Meganium had the worst base stat total of the three, and just a really rough typing. And then Typhlosion had the best base stat total and was a fire type, which cleared, what, two gyms really helped with three gyms really helped, and it really helped with the third. They put Pokemon Stadium on Switch and Game Boy. And the boy was Gen 1. Got it, okay. Yeah, that's actually not surprising. I was kind of curious how they would do that. I saw that they put it on there, and I was kind of excited about it. But then I was like, oh my gosh, it's probably Gen 1 mechanics, and those are... those are rough. Use Wrap and just watch things die because they can't use moves. But I'm also kind of confused as to why they would do the rental Pokemon, because that just means you can't win against some of the gym leaders, because they're just bad. I got Jolteon, yeah. Did you use Jolteon Pin Missile, crit everything like 4 times? Kind of sad Rich isn't here. Rich has been watching most of these, and I feel like the three of us would have some wonderful discussion. Yeah. It's also really weird that in Gen 1, if I remember correctly, Jolteon was the only thing to learn Pin Missile, so it was a signature move that it didn't get Stab on. What? Why? Ugh. Alright, it's 18. Oh, okay, fair enough. I remember when I played it with a buddy of mine, the biggest problem with the rental Pokemon was that they like tried to even them all out, right? So your Larvitars got like Earthquake, and your Tyrannitars got, obviously this is Pokemon Stadium 2, right? Because we're using Larvitar in that. And your Tyrannitars got like Rock Throw. They try to like balance the power out that way. Yeah. Hit that nice middle ground. Trying to remember what the... I guess Charmander, right? Charmander would get Fire Blast, and the Charizard would get like Ember, and you're like... Really? Does it get like Nightshade and Destiny? No, Destiny Bond's a Gen 2 move, isn't it? Why is that one crazy? Nightshade would be my guess. Gets like hypnosis or something too. That's true. That is true. What, they were immune to like anything that used the attack stat or something like that? I think. I know they were immune to fighting in normal still, right? I feel like they were immune to flying? We're gonna pick up some paralyzed heals so we can stop running back here constantly. And pick up some antidotes too. We only need like 5 of those. I think we're fine on repels. Yeah. Special. Special was really good. Made amnesia insane. It was just double calm mind. Gotta sell all these things because we can't use items in battle, so... all these battle items are just money. Also, this is just stupid. I hate mail so much. It was the dumbest thing they could have put in. We only have this for a side quest. Electrode. Electrode, yeah. I was like, I actually, if I remember right, Electrode wasn't great. I mean, yeah, it was fast, it crit a lot, but like its attacks were not good. Its move pool was so bad. That's why Jolteon was preferred. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to crit more often, then that's the way to do it. Hey you, how's it going? Well, this is unfortunate because we definitely cannot use this to train.
It was yesterday, 'cause it was. You're welcome.
She has appeared.
Ah, and now it's disappearing. Bye.
Okay. She just had to make her presence known. She's gone. Otherwise, I would yell. I think our best option here is method. Oh, you're back. Chat says hi.
Hi. That's the best sound line ever.
Uh-huh.
Yes. That's why they had to hear it.
You... okay.
What? You complaining?
No, but you might want to turn it down a little bit, because you're definitely picking up on my...
Well, they need to hear the sound of it.
Yeah, but I would like to not get copyright infringement.
Well, that's fair.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess when it's only you know, you and me here, yeah, it is Noah. It's not necessarily just all of chat. Let's see, remember when they made Crocodile physical water type? Oh yeah, gosh, that was so bad. At least they gave it like Slash, right? But yeah, for Alligator, I really liked for Alligator. I thought for Alligator was a really cool design, even if they did like make the name too long for the number of characters they had, which is why it is what? TR. There's no like E or A or O or anything, it's just TR at the end. Anyway, that was one of the Pokemon that really benefited from the physical special split. Yeah. We just... same thing. I think that he did get significantly better, especially after they gave him Ice Fang as a natural move. You didn't have to like use a TM or anything, or even the move tutor. Ah, cool. I knew there was going to be an item around here. You could just learn Ice Fang, which was super good. I think you could teach him Fire Fang, actually, which was weird. I didn't agree with that. Yes, it was actually something like... So, I don't know if you saw any of the first run, but the first run we did, we picked Torchic because I was like... It was my first... So, Gen 3 is my first time I actually played a Pokemon game, like, knew vaguely what I was doing. I did play Gold, but I just hit buttons, and things died. Gen 3 was the first one I like actually played and thought through stuff. And I had picked Torchic that time. So out of nostalgia, I picked Torchic, and we regretted it. So we remedied that by picking Mudkip this time. And primarily what we actually massively regretted was the fact that by the time we hit Watson, first off, we had 6 Pokemon dead, because we were doing everything blind. We had 6 Pokemon dead, but what we had left to fight Watson with was a Gyarados, a Wingull, a Swellow, a Beautifly, an Electrike, and a Combuskin. Lo and behold, we lost that fight. Actually, that's a lie. We won. If you go back and watch the video, we did win, but the only thing we had left was Swellow on like 6 HP. And I was like, we're done. Yes. Fuecoco is actually insane. Mainly because of Torch Song, and you can give it Throat Spray. So as soon as you use it, you just wipe the opponent. It's also really good that it's hidden ability, which you can get super easy. With I think it's with capsules, right? Is excuse me. Is not oblivious, unaware. So he can just ignore all of the opponent's stat changes. So it doesn't matter if they start trying to, like, you know, use amnesia to stop you, you just bulldoze right through them. And it's super good. I think we just use Uproar here. We're not in danger at all. Okay. You're trying to Nuzlocke one of the challenge. Absolutely not, and no. The answer is no. We are not doing that for a long time, if we ever do that. Because I have seen playthroughs of Emerald Kaizo, primarily by, you know, Jan on Pokemon Challenges, and I like my sanity and my desk and the stuff on it, so I would like to not break it by playing that game. He actually, that was one game that he went through and like ranked a bunch of ROM hacks on like the ones to Nuzlocke, like hardcore Nuzlocke, and he was like, Emerald Kaizo, here you go. Love this game, it's amazing. I loved everything about it. It pushed me to like the limit. No one should play this in a hardcore Nuzlocke setting. I did start a Nuzlocke of sorts in Renegade Platinum, and that was also really rough. Auroric having a Larvitar with a Flame Orb, like, oh my gosh, it hurts. It hurts a lot, because it knows Bulldoze, which is like a 60 base power move. So, you know, Stab brings it up to a 90, and then it's got the Flame Orb, so... yeah, I think I would actually like to do Renegade Platinum again, and I actually have ideas for Storm Silver. Oh my gosh, go away. But those aren't for a few. For a little bit. First, we're getting through this. Yeah, so what I understood about Blue Kaizo was that you cannot traditionally hardcore Nuzlocke it. You have to use items, otherwise it is physically impossible. Because of the way Gen 1 AI works, it waits until you make your move to make a move, so there's no way to switch well, there's no pivots, there's nothing that can save you, it's just pain. And, you know, they use wrap, and then you just have to watch your Pokemon die. So, that's also a thing. Also, in case you're wondering, we're grinding for Brendan right now. And then we will, crush Brendan. I just want Banshee to get up to 19, and then we will fight Brendan, and then I will be content. Also, I should probably get rid of this Tentacool in the back that's going to do absolutely nothing. Leviathan stays for the XP share. Oh wait, we didn't level. What am I doing? Sorry to run back to the Pokemon Center. Whoops. Also, the physically impossible thing was specifically from, again, Jan from Pokemon Challenges, so I believe that. Did a random Nuzlocke one time when I first... Oh, gosh! Yeah, I have heard of, you know, Wobbuffet clauses in that situation where it's just like, okay, so this one doesn't count. Because, no. Oh, what was the, I did do a randomized Nuzlocke. I think you were here for part of that. Was, Heart Gold randomized. And, I actually, that was right before I had to stop streaming because I got the new job. And, still work there, by the way. We're doing great. After I was like, yeah, I'm gonna start streaming again, I went to pull it up and all of the save data was gone. We didn't make it, we made it to the Elite Four, but we didn't, we never finished it and all the save data was gone, and I was very sad. Mainly because we had a stacked team. It was probably not super fair. We had a, we had a Metagross, we had a Garchomp. But who knows? Maybe, because it's randomized, maybe they just had things to absolutely murder me. Don't know. But, yeah, that was very sad to see. Move. Yeah, I was actually really interested in Roaring Moon. I thought it was a really cool take on it. Especially because it looks so similar to the Mega form. Like, they didn't go for a slight modification like all the others. They went for, like, hardcore, we're gonna take the Mega form and go. Which was cool. Sandy Shocks! Sorry. Jumping back like 30 minutes, I finally remember the name of the flippin' not Magneton. Sandy Shocks. Alright, so what we need here is a pretty quick Pokemon so that we can get away from stuff. We can just hit the run button before we get up to May. So we're gonna grab our fastest, which is Pixie. I really liked Roaring Moon. I didn't find it super useful though. In competitive, right? And I think it was just because it didn't... It dealt damage. It dealt a ton of damage. But I could never get it to stay on the field long enough to kill more than one thing, so it was just a trade every time. And I was like, eh. Whereas Fluttermane was on the field long enough to take out like 1.5 or 2 things pretty consistently. But yeah, I did really like Roaring Moon. I loved the design of Roaring Moon. I think they did a really good job with it. I also think it was really interesting that they made a Dragon Dark. Alright, see you later, man. Have fun. Thank you for stopping in. We're gonna go with Banshee here. So the plan is Banshee takes out the Wailmer. After that, I think is a Breloom. It's a Numel. I don't know why I thought it was a Breloom. So it's a Numel after that, and the Numel, I think what we're gonna do is we will try to take some hits with Banshee and then swap into Mephit to kill it. After that, it's going to be the Grovyle. And Grovyle, I think, is best walled by Pixie, and if Pixie starts taking too much damage, we're going to go Cloaker. That is the plan. We're going to save just in case. Just in case everything crashes and burns. Like the program, not the fight. If the fight crashes and burns, we going again, baby. Hello everyone, how's it going? That is not a Whalmer. What, That's not a Whalmer. And I am being instructed that this is a Whalmer. But we know the next one's a water type. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna swap. Just go to Mephit. I'm kinda tilted right now. What the heck? Uses Ember, take a little damage, that's alright. We're gonna just go ahead straight into Mudshot. Done. And Leviathan gets some experience, which is good. Now this is gonna go straight into Grovyle, right? Now this thing is definitely going for Leaf Blade. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into Pixie. Oh, Absorb. I guess it doesn't actually have Leaf Blade yet, does it? No, it does, right? I think it already gets it by this level. So that's really nice. We're gonna go for Poison Sting. Alright, so that did, what, 8 damage? 16 for a crit. Safety number would be 18. That did another 8. Come on. Poison. Gotcha. Okay. Now here, what we're actually going to do is we are not going to go for an attack. We're going to go for Protect. And we're going to go for Protect because we want this... Not actually, we should have attacked this turn. What we should have done is Gust and then Protect. Because I think it's an Overgrow right now, and that's really dangerous. But this should do it. Yeah. We should have gone for Gust last turn, and we would have been fine. Mephit and Leviathan. Good. And now it's a... Ooh, Wingull. Okay, so this thing has a high potential for having Wing Attack. Actually, I think it does have Wing Attack, so we're going to swap out, because they're definitely going to go for that. Let's see how much it does here. Ooh, that was a lot. 16. We're still okay, but we can't go into Uproar. Going into Uproar would be a horrible idea. And we are definitely in crit range. But apparently so is it. That was super nice. Alright. Cool. Deathless Rival 2. Or I guess technically 3. That's cool. We got the item finder. Very nice. Don't really need it right here. What a flex. What a flex, folks. Man just hopped on his bike that we don't even have access to yet and drove off. Don't even need that item finder. We know where the items are. I bet there's an item in between those two. I think what we're actually gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and pop a potion real quick. Just heal up a little bit. And then we won't fight them, like, at the same time. We're gonna fight them one and then one. But we need experience for Watson, so we're just gonna run. We don't need to fight this thing. Could I see your Pokemon? No. Very strange. Very strange, man. Here's Banshee. Banshee pounds. Nature Power. Stun Spore. I thought that turned into Swift. I guess because he's like, we're both standing in grass, maybe? That's super weird. I fully believed that that would become Swift. That was weird. Ooh, crit. Yeah, we have to hit this. Alright, and that does it. Banshee gets good experience, dang. What do we got? Probably another one. Nuzlocke. I don't remember if this thing's part dark or not. Either way, I think Cloaker's a good choice. It's a little concerning, not much, but a little bit. Go ahead and use just Leech Life. Oh, I thought it'd be faster, honestly. Okay. That was a Leech Life move of like 20 power. I'm actually gonna check right now. Because, yeah, 20 power. Dang. Which actually means Bite is more effective if it's not a dark type, but I don't remember. Judging by that damage, it is likely that it already is a dark type. Taking 4 times the damage because of it. Banshee and Cloaker get some, Leviathan gets more, which is, I mean, that's what we want, right? Oh. Okay. Pop a Paralyze. Paralyze Heal. Pop that. This dude thinks he's onto something. Got that Metal Gear levels of exclamation point. Banshee. Alright. Normally I would say don't touch the Electrike. It could have static. But did not want to risk getting locked into Uproar and getting like crit twice, right? But now we're pretty well safe too. Oh, he's got a Voltorb, it doesn't matter. Soundproof is going to cancel us, right? Oh, actually, I think we learned this earlier. It doesn't, does it? It's got to, right? Why does that not force us out of Uproar? Oh no! That's stupid. But we know it has soundproof. It's good for us, it doesn't have static. Stop making an uproar! Oh my gosh, of course we get the 5 turn right now. Okay. That was awful. Gonna use Pound here. You can use Charge, you don't know an electric move yet. Bonk. Yeah. It actually didn't... Oh, I guess it tried to use Tackle, right? I was like, wait, did it not have an attacking move? Bonk. There we go. Oh, that was close. That was really close. That would have been really exciting for any normal trainer, but we are not a normal trainer, so we are a masochist. Just a little bit. I'm thinking this thing's probably a steel type, so we'll go ahead and swap over to Mephit. We do want that item. That dude over there, I think, is a psychic type trainer. Called it. Magnemite does not have Levitate. I don't know if it's ever had Levitate. does not have levitate here. Sorry. Leviathan coming along nicely. Go ahead and pop one more potion for Banshee. We're gonna walk all the way over here just so we don't have to walk around him to get the item. Oh, I was looking up the Pokemon nature chart because our Magikarp has awful attack. And that could be for a number of reasons, but I'm hoping it's not. We're gonna use Astonish. I know it's faster. Just want to see. It's got a fighting type. Interesting. Fighting type and power. Wow. Okay, I know it's frail, but that was a non-stab move. Dang. Just wanted to see. Awesome. And there's our evolution, too. So Whismur into Loudred. Not super great, but it will keep going. So will keep us going. Woo! That was terrifying. Alright. Grab this elixir. That's actually kind of helpful. What we're gonna do real quick, we're actually gonna look at Banshee's nature, because I don't remember Naughty. It's not what I thought. The down special defense, up attack. Okay, that's actually a good nature. Cloakers we looked at, it was like up. It was down attack, up speed. Oh, this is also Naughty, so that's actually pretty good. Yeah, oh, they both have timid nature. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and swap over to, we're gonna swap over to Rimmer Haze. Yeah. This game is just, it has an insane amount of, oh my gosh, what the, there we go. What the, there. I think I was like slightly rocking my D-pad, and it was just not having it. Let's grab these real quick. Alrighty. Okay. Stop in here. Yep. There you go. Here's your harbor mail. Have a coin case now. Very helpful. I don't know what this... Oh yeah, that's nothing. Go away. There. Stop off right down here. X speed. Useless item for us. Talk to this guy real quick. Yep, Rock Smash guy. Wants more respect to be called the Rock Smash Dude. Whatever. Alright, let's check, I want to check how much experience. Over 1,000, so we're probably safe, right? We're going to... There's actually someone around here that, like, teaches one of your Pokemon rollout. Only teaches one Pokemon rollout once. That's ridiculously far. I don't know why they don't put the bike just closer to the beginning of the game, honestly. Like, we've only had to go through 2 gyms, which is a lot better than the 3 I think you had to go through in Gen 2. I want to say you had to go through 4 in Gen 1? I might be wrong on that. Anyway, I don't know why they don't just give it to us earlier. Like, it's not a big deal. It's a bike. We... Alright. And... there we go. Forgot we have the bike now. Alright, now some of these guys are actually kind of dangerous. At least for Rimmer Haze, because they have, like, Dodrio. They have the birds. Repair. If I remember right, they're not important. There we go. So Oddish is our encounter here. Not great. Not great. But we will go ahead and catch it because... ooh, oh, that was a crit. Okay. That's actually good. Actually, Gloom's not bad. So yeah, okay. Yeah, that's... can use an Oddish. It is another resist for this gym, which is really nice. Definitely would not have picked it out of the entire lineup, though. There we go. Okay. This Pokemon grows by absorbing moonlight. Interesting. Yes. I only know of one, like, plant-based monster off the top of my head. So we're gonna go with that. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, now we just train up Rimmer Haze most of the way to 20. And while we do that, I'm going to look up Watson's Steam real quick. Because we take all the advantages we can get. And we might not need to, honestly, but we do it anyway. I thought Bug resisted Dark. Why is Bug so bad? Honestly. Wow, that is garbage experience. Yeah. Teams, Magnetric, what the? Oh, that's the rematch team. I was like, Electrode. Shockwave self rollout. Shockwave, Sonic Boom, Thunderwave. Supersonic, I think, still hits. Let's go ahead and scratch. Hell, Shockwave, Clear, Quick Attack. None of those would hit. Hell, Thunderwave, Quick Attack, Shockwave. So actually, Shedinja could wall the Electrike and the Magnetric both. We wouldn't have to worry about anything. However, that's not fun. So we will carry Shedinja in there, but we will not use it unless we absolutely have to. And I think that's fair. Scratch. Just go ahead and use Fury Swipes, it doesn't matter. This is just better damage. We go on 3. Oh, 3 doesn't kill. That's super sad, actually. When you scratch, it's probably... Yep. I was about to say, I bet it's going to use Moonlight. Dang. And Fury Swipes again, just in case. I actually don't think Scratch would have killed. I think Fury Swipes will, though. Because Fury Swipes deals like... Oh, I was gonna say like 1 more point of damage. Ah, I used Charm. Guess what? Doesn't matter. Little Scratch. Done. Yeah, that's worth a lot of XP. Didn't actually look. 700. We're gonna be here for a minute. Meryl, huh? This thing has Water Gun, which is unfortunate. We're gonna use Fury Swipes first. 2. Wow, that did nothing. Rimmer Haze is really starting to straw it. I don't know what I was going for. I think I was gonna say struggle and dry out for some reason, and it didn't work. He's really starting to she's really starting to have some issues. She just can't keep up the damage that we're really looking for anymore. She was doing pretty good for a while, especially against like Poochyena. But now we're just not getting the big hits that we really want to see. I mean, and Fury Swipes is helping a little bit. And maybe it's the fact that I'm using Fury Swipes and not just like Leech Life. But Leech Life is only... Ow! Ow. Yeah. And maybe the solution is actually to take Rimmer Haze into the gym and use her on some of the gym trainers to get that level we're looking for. Might be the answer. She is still doing pretty well with, like, in regards to defense, though. We are 6 levels higher, obviously, but, like, this Meryl isn't doing any damage. It's just we're not doing a ton of damage back, either. That does not help things. Fury Swipes. 1, 2, dang. Also doesn't help when your most damaging move is Fury Swipes. It's 2. Dang it. Unfortunate. There we go. Okay. I didn't mean to stop there. Dang. Yeah, Doduo is not a good Pokemon to fight Rimmer Haze. It's probably going for Peck. Which we can use, obviously. Oh no, it used Pursuit. Ow. It's like a 40 power move, doubles if the Pokemon switches out, so yeah, that kinda hurt. We're gonna go for water gun, I think. And again, it's kind of interesting that it didn't go for Peck. I guess it, Remmer Hayes' defense is just so high it wasn't the highest damaging move. Exploiting the lower special defense was a better plan. That'd be great. Let me move. There. Got a spinner up there that I did not want to run into. There. Yeah, maybe a bike on an emulator is not exactly the most fluid of options here. Excuse me. This guy's got a Ralts, which means Remmer Hayes is a good option. I'm not pushing it. I can beat anyone, so I'm gonna take on the third gym first. That makes sense. Ugh. I actually kind of like that they're not really rivals. Well, I guess Wally's half a rival, right? So Brendan is your rival. And then you have this like side story with Wally, and it comes back later. I don't think you battle him very much, though. I think it's only like, what, twice? That's a problem. We're gonna go ahead and just use Fury Swipes. Done. Oh gosh, there was so little. That's it. I lost. Yes. Yes, you did. Alright. So they're gonna go that way. Oh, wait. Yes, I did. Sure. This random dude shows up. Alright. I'll be cheering for you. Cool. What we're actually going to do is we're going to come in here real quick. And we are going to move some Pokemon around, grab, actually go ahead and grab Cloaker. Put you right there. We'll grab Mandrake, I think. Naughty, so up attack. That's actually okay, as long as we focus more on the, Naughty is up attack, down special defense, so not, you know, the optimal nature, but it's not bad nature. Alright, I'm gonna fight this person, and just see where we're at. Now we do have Ninkata, right? So Ninkata's good to go. And then we also have Mephit in the back? Does she know what gym she's in? Go ahead and use Fury Swipes. Oh, that's not good. That's gonna hurt. Can you stop, please? Okay. Sand Attack. Just as a stall tactic, right? And then we're fine, I think. We're gonna go ahead and use Leech Life. We're gonna take some damage here. Oh my gosh! Oh, good. Go ahead and use Leech Life again. Oh crap, we might have just lost Remmer Hayes. We're good. Okay. Okay. We are good. We were definitely dead to crit right there, though. Gonna go into Mephit. Use Detect. Alright, and we're just gonna hit it with a Mud Shot. Oh, this time I used Detect. Dang. I guess I just didn't know what else to do. Mudshot kills. Alright. Leviathan gets experience. Another Metatite, huh? And go for Mudshot again. See how much it does. About half. Yeah, speed fell, not overly important. Ooh, we missed. What, attack and special attack? No, just attack, okay. And we hit again. Done. There's a Mephit level for us. It's nice. A lot of speed, jeez. Again, Foresight, just not a good move. Leviathan to 18, that's really nice. Oh, I forgot to look at the levels of those things. That was part of the reason I'm coming in here, was to judge. I know our level cap's 24, right? But the question is, do we need to be up to like level 21 before we really fight those guys and gain the experience from them, or do we need to be, or can we be lower? Can we use them before the other trainers? Can we? And I just totally forgot to even check that. I think she's got a Roselia, which is something we're okay to fight. Oh yeah, we're more than fine. Go ahead and we're actually just gonna use Fury Swipes. 2, 3. Wow, 4. Got all 5. Stun Spore. Oh, it missed. That's super good. Leech Life takes it out. Yeah? Yeah. Ooh, very, very close. I think we'll level off of this fight. Because there's 3 Pokemon, so even if Rim or Haze has to be switched out for the last one. Because I imagine this thing's going to use, like, Leech Seed. Sword. Bad move. Yep. Yeah, we get all of our HP back right there. Goes for Absorb again. Maybe it doesn't have Leech Seed anymore? Leech Seed one last, or Leech Seed, Leech Life one last time. Dead. Perfect. And that, does that actually level us? I don't, oh, we got Effects Board. That's okay. That does not, that came nowhere close to leveling us, dang. Another Roselia, slightly higher? I think what we do is we just see how this works. Roselia has better special attack. Oh, that was a crit. Did 17. So we're gonna Poison Sting isn't gonna deal anything, yeah. Park Ground. Okay, so that was 2 turns of sleep. I think we're guaranteed to wake up here, unless, well, that might not be the mechanic. Yeah. So there's 3, right? This is our 4th turn of sleep. I wonder why it's just like ticking us down. Oh my gosh. How long does sleep last in Gen 3? Is it like 4 turns? 5 turns? What the heck? There we go. Now, Leech Life is not going to be super effective, right? But it is... Okay, Stun Spore me. So we've seen Absorb, Poison... No, we haven't seen Absorb. We've seen Poison Sting, Stun Spore, and Growth. What did it hit me with in the first place? Was that Absorb? We're gonna say it was Absorb. Although now that I'm Parrot, I can't be poisoned by Poison Point. So, oh, that was a good crit. Oh. There we go. Oh, it's just gonna keep buffing its special attack. One scratch. Didn't even get held down by para. Wow. That's the level we wanted. Okay. We're good there. It's very good. Alright. Super good. As opposed to actually having to read through them and figure out what they are. It's not prize exchange. Here we go. Double team, psychic, flamethrower, ice beam, thunderbolt. I think we will actually take double team over sand attack. Reason we talked about this before. Double team affects my stats, not their stats. Fury Cutter is a bug type move. It doesn't have great, an attack that intensifies with each successive hit. Ooh, we don't have compound eyes anymore, so Scratch is actually more reliable than Fury Swipes. Actually, Scratch has always been more reliable than Fury Swipes on damage. So we're gonna keep Scratch. Okay. Screech is super good. Screech is really good. Because it reduces defense by 2 stages. Fury Cutter's okay. Let's see here. So it's actually 15 attack, right, on the first one, and then it goes to 30, and then 60. So if you just whack, 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 it's really, really good. I think it's actually better than double team. Okay. Just deleted sand attack for double team. Immediately changes back. Or immediately gets rid of it for something else. Okay, now this is fun. Here is Shedinja. For those of you who don't... Actually, does it have a different nature? No, okay. For some reason I was thinking Remoraid's was not a rash nature. Anyway, Wonder Guard. Super effective. Hits. Horrible description. Only super effective hits can damage Shedinja. Unfortunately, it's a bug and ghost type, so it has a bunch of weaknesses. But it is hard-coded. It can only ever have 1 HP. Will only ever have 1 HP. Its attack is really high, especially for something that I think is supposed to be a special attacker. So that's kind of weird. Oh, well, I guess actually in this gen, Bug and Ghost are both physical attacks, so that's cool. Does know the same moves, can learn different moves, though. And that's the one we want. We just have to be very conscious of what has super effective moves and what doesn't, right? So, Roselia, no super effective moves, don't have to worry about that. We're actually going to go ahead and swap it out, though, because we want some other training. This can be really cheesy, so we're only going to use it if we really, really need it, so we're going to put it down there. I'm not banning it yet, but choosing not to use it. Alright. Yeah, Naughty Nature, we know what that does. Okay. Fortunately, it doesn't know anything good. And we're using that on you still. I'm gonna go ahead and swap, actually go ahead and swap Cloaker in front. And Leviathan will just keep using the XP share until it evolves. Heck, maybe even after it evolves. Nope. Yeah, I just walked into that. I saw that he was looking up and just walked straight into that. Yeah, this is a breeder, so it has they have a bunch of Pokemon, but they're all really low level, so not super scared. Cloaker comes out. I'm gonna use Bite. Note, we cannot use Astonish here because this is a normal type. Done. Alright. Excuse me. It's a good bite. One more bite. Yeah. Cloaker gets 70, Leviathan gets 70. Yeah, this is what we're just... So, I think Steel does resist Dark in this gen. Right? Yeah. So that's really annoying. We're going to go ahead and hit it with Supersonic. I think it does for the next gen as well. I don't think it's till Gen 5 that Steel no longer resists Dark. Dark and Ghost both, actually. Yeah, Steel used to be bonkers good. Bite. This does get around the Harden, but does not... I mean, it's not very effective. There's only so much it does here, right? We're gonna go ahead and swap Cloaker out, because Cloaker's taking a beating. Actually, we're gonna go into Mandrake real quick. And we might have to swap Mandrake out too, but I'm hoping we don't. There we go. Because Mandrake has the ability to also get around the Harden and deals neutral damage. Aeron snaps out, uses Tackle. Oh, it's only 4 points. Pfft, we're fine. And down goes Aeron with a crit to add insult to injury. Leviathan gets 112, I almost said 120. Talo is a problem, though. Talo is actually a problem for Pixie as well, so we're going to go ahead and just jump into Banshee. And Banshee's might actually kill with Pound. Being evolved? Yeah, oh, it was a crit. I don't know if that mattered, though. Alright, what do we got here? Makuhita. Alright, so Makuhita, very easily dealt with by Pixie. Actually, probably could have gone into Cloaker. But, yeah. Ooh, that's irritating. Gonna go ahead and hit it with a Confusion. And miss, apparently. Oh, another Sand attack. We're gonna have to reset that here in a second. Alright, boom, that's a kill. That's good. Yeah. That's the last one. Poochyena. Yeah, so we're going to actually go ahead and shift into Cloaker. Because Cloaker has Leech Life. I imagine this thing's probably going to go for Tackle. Yeah. We're going to hit it with Leech Life. And this thing is going to give us, like, no experience. But it does give us health back. Yeah, Tackle again. Alright, so we are actually back to where we were before, like, before we were hit switching out. And now we're just up. We actually ended that battle, or that portion of the battle, better off than we started with. Alright. Yeah. Alright, I don't know. I think we gotta go, like, way up here to get around that guy. This girl here, we can just walk by. Alright, we made it here at least. That's super good. Sorry. If I can type. Alright. 19, 19, 18. Still got a bit to go there, which is unfortunate. While we're here, we'll come down here real fast and check this out. Don't know what these two are, so... It's a battle 4 in a row. Yeah, the E4 is kind of rough. Especially just because, like, it makes sense, because you get items. So, like, you can definitely just wall them. If you have enough. But, yeah, oof. It's very driven. What the heck? It's been digging a tunnel non-stop so you can see my daughter. My daughter's a little concerned. Interesting. Alright. Yep. When I do, I'll challenge you to another battle. Okay, Wally. What the heck? Okay. That was dumb. Don't know why that was a thing. Alright. I think this is the herb shop. Nope, I was very much wrong. It's getting used to you. Which means Cloaker is not ready to become a Crobat yet. That is okay. We're just going to off-stream run back and forth for a long time. He says the tunnel is full of timid Pokemon. Now, see, that would be really cool if they made every single Whismur in here timid, but they don't, which is also good. Yeah, these things are nothing. We are not fighting these. It's just a waste of a PowerPoint. We would have to hit so many of them to get any result. It would be so awful. There they are. I was like, I know they're over here somewhere. So then we talk to this guy, drop my glasses. Those glasses! Wait, those aren't mine. And then he just leaves. Very strange. We actually only have one Pokemon that has a dark type move. And it's this one. So here you go for now. You get those. I think giving a held item actually increases happiness. You're gonna get the soft sand. Here we go. HP up. Alright. That is our vitamin for HP EVs. We do want to train Cloaker, however, I think the better choice here is to go to Mandrake to beat this hiker real quick. Okay. And then I think we'll go for a little bit longer and then call it quits because we've almost been on here for 5 hours. So absorb. Oof. Done. Alright. That was a lot for Mandrake. And guess what? We're gonna do it again. I don't actually know if this one will kill. I think the other one was what, like level 13? Well, crit will do it. Gosh. Another chunk for Mandrake. Yeah, special attack. Poison powder. Not a great one, but not horrible. Leviathan hit 19 though, that's super good. That attack stat of 9 is kind of scaring me. I know that, ooh, that's a Machop. Okay, so we don't want to use poison powder, because it definitely has guts. That was a crit, which is good to know. We are safe to crit here. However, I don't think it's a good idea to stay in still. This is going to take all of our power points. And there's no real purpose in doing that, I think. We can keep going for a little bit. Gosh, dang. Alright, well, we're done, so. Because that's... what, it deals like 17 damage. We only have 15 health. And it has a high crit rate. Like, it's a high crit rate move, which is why it crit twice. Cloaker comes out. Focus energy. Ooh, it doesn't crit all the time still, but it is scary. So we're gonna supersonic because I'm mean. Now the only move we actually have that doesn't deal half damage is Astonish. But Bite is the highest damaging move. Why is that? It's not very effective, yes, but it has a base power of 60, Astonish is 30, which means, naturally, they would be on the same plane. We have Dark Glasses, which deals 10, I think it increases it by 10%. Also, yes, I'm aware we're at half defense, so we're gonna go into Pixie. Which means it doesn't have a base power of 30, it has a base power of 33, which is, you know, obviously not super important, but it's like one more point of damage. We're gonna hit this thing with a confusion, and that's it. Yeah, because there was no way it was surviving that. Everyone gets very bad experience. And now we can leave. Alright. I was not expecting the Machop, obviously. That was Sweet Scent. What are you doing? Yeah, it's a Poké Center. Why am I even allowed to use Sweet Scent in the Poké Center? Alright. So... there we go. So for this team, I will explain what's going on. We have 1 resist in Mandrake, we have an immunity in Mephit, we have Banshee, which might change out. Cloaker and Leviathan are going to be pivots. What we're going to do is we're going to switch into them, and then switch into Mephit or Mandrake after baiting an electric-type move, so that Mephit takes no damage, Mandrake takes minimal damage, and then we can capitalize on that. Pixie is a good special wall that has Protect, so if we need to stall something out, like we poison something, we can use some Protect strats to kill it. It's also just a good special wall, so we don't have to worry about... I don't know why I was sitting there. I was like, if I just spin and then talk to her, it's going to be the same thing. It's a good special wall. So if we need someone to take a hit in order to give a hit real quick, that's our option. Also, hopefully, the plan is to have Cloaker be a Crobat by the time we go to Watson. Which is actually super easy to do. All you have to do is run back and forth for like 10 minutes. Which is really boring to watch, but it is the most efficient way. Alright, we got a Meryl. Actually going to switch into Mandrake after checking Leviathan. 1100 XP needed. Very, very boring. See, I was actually expecting it to use Rollout, but then I remembered it doesn't know Rollout yet. So we're just going to use Absorb, because we have nothing to fear. Defense Curl doesn't matter. We're using a special attack, so we're good there. And that brings it... Ooh, that was actually really annoying. Doesn't have an item, which is nice. Water Gun hits, does no damage. And we go for the Absorb again. Now, I don't know if we can find a sunstone easily. If we can, I don't really know if we want to go to Blossom or if we would rather Vileplume. I honestly don't. Haven't... Ooh, I forgot that this thing learned Peck. That's okay though. Did like 12, right? So we're at a crit range. And we'll heal... I think we need a high roll healer. And we got it. So it's dead. We didn't take that much damage from it. I'm curious as to what our next Pokemon is, though. Shroomish. So Shroomish is a grass type, which means it is not immune to poison powder. So we'll use poison powder. Oh, but it does no tackle. Okay. Because it does no tackle, we will go ahead and switch out. We'll go into Pixie. Yeah. Still uses tackle. It's the most damaging move it has. And Pixie can just clean it up with Gust. Ooh, not quite. The poison should kill, though. Oh, but it gets Stun Spore off. That's fun. Alright, down goes the Shroomish. Pixie gets some, Leviathan gets some, and Mandrake gets some. Roselia. Roselia's weak to confusion, so we'll start there. And then... we're not held down by Para, that's good. Oh, okay. We'll just go ahead and use Gust. We can't be poisoned because we're already paralyzed and we're a poison type. It was a horrible move. Just an awful move. Probably the most damaging move it had, though, because I think the only other one it had was, like, Absorb. And we quad resist that. So, we're gonna go for Confusion, because it's the most damaging move we have. Especially after the attack drop. Come on. Just hit it. It's not hard. There we go. Paralyzed again. Come on. Confusion, and that's game. Skitty's actually worth quite a bit of experience, so yeah. That wasn't bad. I mean, it was no Minun or Plusle, but that wasn't bad. For level 11 specifically, not bad. Go ahead and heal up, and then I think we call this run, or this session done. We have been going for 5 hours, so for everyone who stopped in, for everyone who's still here, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for being here. Next time, we should just go straight into Watson. I'm going to use some time off stream to grind these guys up. Do not worry, I will record it and post it to YouTube if you want to watch that, along with some fun commentary, maybe reacting to some things, see people's opinions on Nuzlocks and such. Maybe even just watching, like have a little Nuzlocke down here where the chat is, because there won't be a chat. It's actually not a bad idea. Anyway, yeah, so we'll go ahead and do something like that, and yeah, thank you all for being here. I appreciate the support and your patience. Thank you for watching. If you have comments or anything, let me know. Shoot me a message or just join chat. We had a wonderful conversation with chat today. So hop in chat sometime, talk to me, voice your opinions. I'll take them into consideration. And obviously I want to show you guys what you want to see. I don't want to show you something that you don't care about. So again, thank you for being here. I appreciate it, and I will see you all next time.